about movies. I'm your host, Tremaine Hayho. I'm a filmmaker, I'm a writer, I'm a director, I'm a producer, and I'm a janitor. That's what I do. Welcome to Movie Night. We are going to talk about The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and the other girl that I have to probably figure out who that was. Amanda Seyfried. Amanda Seyfried. Okay, get ready for Movie Night.
It's movie night, baby, movie night, baby. Movie night, baby, movie night, baby. Movie night, baby, movie night, baby. Movie night, baby. Watch a movie and we talk about it. Then we talk about it on the show. Watch a movie and we talk about it. Then we talk about it on the show. Movie night. Movie night, baby. 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 Hey ho, and a guest, what a duo. Movie night on YouTube. Hey ho, and a guest, what a duo. Movie night on YouTube. Ooh, babe. Movie night, baby. 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 It's movie night, baby. It's movie night, baby.
Okay. We'll work on that smooth transition here. We got Chris. Hello, Chris.
How you doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you, good sir?
Hanging in there. Ready to talk about the movie tonight.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Let me here we go. There we go. Boom. Boom.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, that looks great. Chris, you said
my gosh, it looks just like you, man.
oh. I know you're welcome. I know I'm easy. I'm easy on the eyes.
Couple
Just
guys with a face for radio. How's that?
That's right. That's right. So yeah. So okay. So The Housemaid. When did you see it?
I saw it the second week, so I don't know how long ago that was, but yeah, probably around. Let me see. It would have been after Christmas, probably around New Year's, I guess.
Okay. So like a week ago, something like that.
Yeah, a couple weeks
About a
ago, I
week.
guess. Yeah.
Okay. A couple weeks. Cool. Yeah. I just watched it on Tuesday. Yesterday. Yeah. I watched it yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Is
Yeah.
it still playing?
Yeah. It's still playing. It's still playing.
Oh,
Yeah. And, I like going to the Tuesday night, the $7 movie night
Right.
deal. So it's good. Cinemark and all that stuff. And, it was interesting because I'm thinking with this movie going into it, I'm like, okay, Sydney Sweeney, it's going to be a thriller, some twists and turns,
Mhm.
I guess I didn't really have as high of expectations, which I think is a good thing for a movie like this, right? And I liked it. I had a good time with it.
No,
you know?
it was better than I thought it would be. I'll be honest. There's a couple of reasons why I watched it, but
A couple of reasons too. I
you
can think of
know,
2 reasons specifically.
no. Ultimately, though, I remember watching the trailer, and the trailer was intriguing. So
Mhm.
there were some legit reasons to watch it, and then yeah, partway through, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, yeah, okay, I can predict what's gonna happen. Okay, it's him. Yeah, but there was some legit twists that I did not see coming. So.
Right, which we'll avoid the twists for the first half, first bit of conversation. We'll avoid the twist, but it is interesting because you're thinking, okay, is she, you're going along with Sydney Sweeney, but you're like, her character lives in a car. Like, why does she live in a car?
Mm.
She's kind of down and out. She's really desperate for a job, and you're really,
Well,
the more I'm thinking, I'm like, wait a second. Maybe she's not, who she's trying to portray to be. And correct me if I'm wrong, because half of it felt like a student film a little bit, it felt like a pro movie, but it also felt like a student film at times too.
I think the script could have been tightened up a little bit here and there, and although the performances were all right for the most part, the girl who played the daughter, but we expect it's a end of the year, beginning of the year movie. But I think a lot of it was the script just needed to be tightened up. I don't know if they were trying to save the good stuff for the twist, and a lot of it seemed to be pretty, formula stuff. Maybe it was a red herring. Maybe they meant to do it, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from as far as it felt like a student film. There's a lot that was predictable in the beginning, in the first half.
Well, yeah, I think the way it's filmed too, because the opening, there's the drone shots, which is the typical drone shots, and a lot of
Mhm.
student films, they always start with a drone shot, right? They think, okay, we have a drone. It's like, we get it, you have a drone. That's awesome. You don't need a 30-second drone shot of, I mean, the drone shots are good for establishing, but if you're overusing them, it can look kind of hokey. But I always like the theme of the rich, the haves and have-nots. I
Mhm.
always like that theme, and it's something that you're always wondering with this. She's getting this job and she's being interviewed, and she basically, this isn't a spoiler. I mean, she says it right in the beginning. She goes, "Oh yeah, I lied on my resume," because she's like, "Oh yeah, you're overqualified." She's like, "Well, I made all this stuff up that I'm," she really just needed that job. But it's an interesting dynamic. I always love the wealthy family that has, there's secrets behind closed doors, right? There's the groundskeeper who's like looking at her and giving her
Mhm.
dirty looks, and I always love those types of themes. It's like a Twilight Zone type, movie where you're just along for the ride, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's better than I thought, and I don't keep my expectations to be super high with a movie like this. I mean, I'm not expecting.
Well, I think they were setting out to film this on the cheap, which would explain the drone shot. And I was surprised later on to find out that it was directed by Paul Feig, and he's not exactly what you call a newcomer to Hollywood. So he
That's
can.
right. What else has he directed? Paul Feig.
Oh gosh, infamously, he directed the 2016 Ghostbusters.
Oh no! Oh,
I
the all
know.
female Ghostbusters. Oh gosh, that's
I
not.
tried watching that. It took me 3 times, and I still don't think I've seen it all the way through. But he's actually done quite a bit. Of
Oh,
course, now that I need the recall, I can't think of the names of them.
Bridesmaids is the big one. Bridesmaids.
Yeah, okay,
So okay,
Bridesmaids. That's
so
actually pretty good.
oh, and Heavyweights. Okay, so speaking of Heavyweights, I mean that is a heavyweight movie. I love that movie. Have you seen that movie,
No,
Heavyweights?
actually, I have not.
Oh my gosh, it's Ben Stiller at a kids. It's Ben Stiller at a kids fat camp, and he
Oh,
plays the
uh,
jerk camp counselor. Dude, it is so funny. This movie would never be made today. It would never ever be made today, even though it probably
right.
should be or could be, because a lot of kids are out of shape. But
Hmm.
we got Chris Laird in it. But how does it compare to Lilo and Stitch? That's a great question. That's a question we always talk about. We always got to refer back to Lilo and Stitch. But no, yeah, that movie's hilarious. It's a Disney movie, but a camp. If you ever grew up going to camp, did you grow up going to camp at all, or did you ever take your kids to camp or
No,
anything? No.
not really. No.
Oh, well, that's kind of boring, Chris. Okay. Well, I went. That's. I'm just kidding. But
No,
I
we
went.
spent our summers traveling the country.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you went on vacations, but
We
yeah,
went
I
on
grew up going to camp every year. We went to this camp every year, and so I have memories of camp. I didn't go to a fat camp though. I was not an overweight kid ever, But it's a hilarious movie, and you've got Ben Stiller in his mode where he's Happy Gilmore status when he's in, like he is in Happy Gilmore, where he's just like he plays the worst jerk, and he's trying to inspire the kids to work out and to exercise and everything. You just have to see it. It's
I might have
hilarious.
to. I might. The
Yeah.
simple premise: Ben Stiller in a fat camp. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
I'm getting Tropic Thunder vibes here. I have to watch it.
Absolutely. Yeah, he is brilliant. I'll actually bring in the poster here. because it's just priceless. And that's the thing is like they don't really. It seems like movies. I don't know. I feel like they're kind of coming back. Movies are kind of coming back to
Trying.
especially seeing Anaconda. Did you see Anaconda?
No.
You didn't see Anaconda, which
I
dude,
did. Okay, I remember the original Anaconda, and it was a, for its time, even for its time, it was a cheesy, glorified sci-fi channel type movie, but it was good. But a Jack Black comedy?
dude, it's hilarious. I'm not even kidding. It was so much funnier than I thought it would be. So this is the heavyweights poster. So it's like these kids are holding up a sub sandwich. This is a Disney movie.
Disney? Oh my gosh!
And they're not even that fat. These poor kids, they're not even that fat. They're supposed to be at a fat camp. This was 1995.
So that's before they got all up their own ass. Then okay.
Right. Yeah, it's right before then. So but the kids are likable. It's got Homeboy from the Mighty Ducks that was in it. And I think Kenan Thompson. Is that Kenan Thompson? Yeah, I think Kenan Thompson. Yeah, Kenan Thompson is in it. It is priceless. And he's got that great. I mean, you look, he's overly tan. He was in the best shape of his life. I mean, at that time.
Dude, he had to. I think he worked out. He was in pretty good shape. I remember he had like not quite a sitcom, but one of those variety type shows on there during I'd say the early '90s. And I remember he did a skit making fun of Last of the Mohicans, and well, yeah.
Already, I'm laughing. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and all the scenes were him running uphill, and it's like, okay. I got to give him credit. I don't think I could ever have done that even in my prime. So I think he was pretty fit. He probably took care of himself.
Oh, dude. And speaking of Tropic Thunder, what I love about Tropic Thunder are the fake movie trailers at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Those are so funny. It's like the monks, the two monks. And there's oh my gosh. Oh, like Robert Downey Jr. and Stiller. And it's just
Satan's Alley or something.
But they make fun of they make fun of Hollywood. I mean, he's literally making fun of Hollywood. And those are the movies, those are the types of movies that get the awards, right? It's always the awards.
Right down to Fox Searchlight. I mean, it's like, wow. It's like he pulled no punches, and that's when they were able to laugh at themselves. So of course, nothing beats Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh, when he did his Tom Cruise impression, he's like, yeah, that was so funny. Oh my gosh,
That's great.
That's hilarious. I mean, Ben Stiller. I know, and then now Ben Stiller now is kind of, he's got the whole New York thing going on. I don't know. He's I don't think he's
a show on Apple Plus, but I haven't seen it though. So I've heard it's pretty good, but I just haven't really seen Ben Stiller in much of anything recently. So
I think, is that a show that he directed? I think he directed a show or something. I want to say, yeah. That's what's so crazy about Apple and Netflix and everything. These shows just come out, and then there's seasons of them already. I'm like, what? It's Chick-fil-A, by the way, has their own series. They have an app on their own series, computer animated. Yeah, they're on season 2, like Enchanted Castle Kingdom something, and it's a Chick-fil-A. I know, it's a Chick-fil-A original series. I saw it. I went to Chick-fil-A the other day, and I'm looking at this. I'm like, Chick-fil-A original series? What? It's I mean, what a time to be alive. I think
I would have to check that out just on the principle alone. I mean, I don't mind a Chick-fil-A sandwich, but what the heck okay, all right. What have you seen it? What is it?
It's like it's like a what was I going to say? Oh, the cable guy, the cable buy. He says the cable guy. Not only was Ben Stiller in it, but it was his film. Yeah, he directed it. Yeah, you know what's funny? Cable Guy. Real quick, I'll talk about Cable Guy. I watched that with my mom and brother. My mom hated that movie so much, and she made us walk out. We walked out of the movie of watching Cable Guy. I know, but I've since watched it, and I love it. I think it's really funny. I mean, it is one of those things where it's that friend that becomes overly attached. I don't know if you've ever had a friend that's like that. It's like you hang out one time, and all of a sudden they want to hang out every single day. And it's just, hey, what are you doing tomorrow? Oh, I got this and this going on. Well, yeah, we can hang out tomorrow too, It's
Mhm.
like, well, yeah, yeah, Cable Guys. I think it's still funny. I don't think it's Carrie's best. I'm trying to get this. I'm still working with. Oh, here we go. Remove. There it is. Boom.
Okay.
I'm working with the Restream. Restream is actually a lot better than that whatever that other app we won't even talk about last time, but or 3 times ago. But yeah, Cable Guy is pretty funny. But going back to you've seen Cable Guy, right? Have you seen Cable Guy?
Oh, not recently. It's been a long time, man. It's been a long time.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely worth a watch. I mean, it's Ben Stiller and well, I'm not a big Matthew Broderick fan is the thing. That's my thing with Cable Guy. Is if the main character was Ben Stiller and not Matthew Broderick, I just don't
Oh,
like
okay.
Matthew Broderick. I don't. He was great in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right? He was great in Ferris Bueller's Day
Yeah.
Off. That's great. But I'm just not a big fan. I don't know.
Oh,
Something about him.
one
I
of
just
one of the
really.
best ones ever made. Oh, well, I mean, the later ones, I don't know. You see Matthew Broderick, you associate him more with his younger films like Project X, or, you know, Ferris Bueller or War Games. When he gets older, he just didn't have. Yeah, he was too reserved. You want Matthew Broderick when he's younger and more fun.
You're right. Yeah, that's what it is. Exactly. He was more lighthearted, and Ferris Bueller, who's perfect for that role.
Mhm.
And I guess I talked to I won't name this, but he's kind of a local celebrity, and he talked about how one time he interviewed Matthew Broderick and said, "Hey, I thought you were great in Ferris Bueller, and that's one of my favorite movies." Da, da, da. And he goes, I've won Tony Awards. All right. I'm on Broadway. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're naming the one movie from 30 years ago. Like, and that really once I learned that he's like that in real life, that nails it, because that kind of comes across. If that person is kind of a jerk in real life, that comes across on camera, I think.
It's the two different worlds people can come from. In his mind, he's thinking, I've done all these things. What the heck are they talking about this old movie for? And it's a very different mindset, career set. I heard, I don't think I heard Tarantino, maybe it was Tarantino who said it. Movies are the culture for the working man. And so when you have someone like Matthew Broderick, who's gotten Tony Awards, been on Broadway, that's an entirely different cultural, direction. That's not going to be your average, working guy who gets home and piles the kids in the car and goes see a movie on Friday night. So it's one of those. I wouldn't associate. I wouldn't think that was, anything, mean on his part, just as much as in his life and how out of touch he is with the common man, and never stopping to think they probably wouldn't have those Tony Awards if it wasn't for Ferris Bueller.
Exactly, totally, and that's the thing. I think I really like actors like Samuel L. Jackson, who says, "Oh yeah, I love seeing myself on camera. I love the Star Wars movie. I love the Marvel movies. I love being in these big movies because they pay my bills." He's like, then he's like, then I could do these other movies. I could do these other movies if I want. Right? It allows them to do those things. And the people that are grateful for the big movies, you should be so lucky to have a Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which is an iconic, teen comedy, like iconic classic film. People not every actor gets that, right? Like, he should be so grateful. Like, oh, thank you so much. He probably hears it a million times a day, right? Every day. Oh yeah, Ferris Bueller, and I'm sure it gets old, right? Mm-hmm. But still, you have to. There's something that kind of comes along with being a celebrity or being a star, where you have to be cordial with the people. Like, oh, thank you so much. That's a great movie. I love Ferris Bueller.
It would go a long way to remember your roots. Remember to the time when you were bussing tables and you only had $3.51 in your pocket, and you were kind of hoping that you would land this next role. And
absolutely right. Yeah, exactly. You should always be grateful for that. But anyway, we've actually not really talked too much about The Housemaid, so we're going back to the housemaid.
That's right. We were talking
That's right. We were talking about the housemaid. So you know what? I'm actually pretty impressed with. I was impressed with Amanda Seyfried's
Mhm.
performance. I was actually really impressed by it because she's good. She's of course she's popular from Mean Girls, right? She's
Mhm.
in Mean Girls, and she's the she plays the dumb blonde in that movie. Um, I'm trying to share this poster. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. So Amanda Seyfried did a really, I thought she did a really good job
She did.
with this. And it's a complicated character for her, right? Because you're like, okay, so she's the housewife, the Amanda Seyfried's character.
Yeah.
Okay. They're in a beautiful home. She seems well put together and everything. But there is something like, yes, there is something. Yeah, she really played it really well because you have to. It's like this dance where she's playing, kind of needy, but also, you know, the trophy wife type role, and then she's also trying to. She's also what's it called? Like gaslighting Sydney Sweeney's character a bit, getting her in trouble. And the more that you learn about it, the more it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I liked the layers that were peeled off.
Yeah, and the whole time I'm thinking, girl, what the hell are you putting up with that stuff for? Just get out of there. And okay, later on you find out why. And and that could actually lend to why we both felt maybe it was a little bit on the student film type because when Amanda was, laying on that stuff and we're wondering why are you putting up with that? Get the heck out of there. It's like one of those, cheap movies where things happen because they have to happen for the plot. And it's not until the twists come that it's like, oh, I get it now. And you brought up Amanda's performance, which is good. Sydney kind of surprised me. I haven't seen her in a whole lot, but I thought this was one of the ones that I've seen. I thought this is one of her better ones.
Yeah, she was really good. It's believable that
Mhm.
she's this character, even though it's hard. It's hard for an let's just say it, an attractive younger girl to be homeless, living in a car, right? You're like, well, why
You know,
why is she, what's her deal? Doesn't she can't get some type of job or
you know, I give that one a pass because I see so much homeless all the darn time.
right.
So
But and then also when you learn about her situation, it makes complete sense.
then it makes
You know.
complete
And,
sense.
and
Absolutely.
she does, yeah, she doesn't have a family background. She doesn't, she's not close with her parents or anything like that. So that does make sense.
Hmm.
And then also it also makes sense why she doesn't leave because
Hmm.
she has a cushy job. She's making however much. They don't say how much she's making, but she's got this cushy job. They give her a cell phone, give her free rent, or like free food.
And
It's
there's some pretty serious consequences that she has to pay if she loses it.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So she's stuck.
Yeah. And she can't, yeah. If she does lose the job or if she does get fired, she really has serious consequences. So she can't. I think that was kind of part of my gripes in the movie when they go to the first person narration part. And she's like, oh, I can't, it was like day 2 or day 3. And she was like, oh, I can't wait to get out of here, or I need to get out of here, or something like that.
Mhm.
And it was a little bit too soon, I feel like, for her to have that scene where she's already like, oh, I need to get out of here. Oh, I can't open up my window. Woe was me. So like
Mhm.
I feel like there should have been more about her really being appreciative of how nice the place is. She's up in that attic. She can blast music if she wants to. She could, she's got the refrigerator in there,
Mhm.
and I always like seeing that where, especially going back to haves and have nots, people that don't grow up with a lot of money and now all of a sudden they're in a mansion, right? Like, I wanted to see more of that, of her enjoying that versus kind of like, oh, I need to get a new job already. I just got this job, but
Yeah. Yeah, and earlier on, it was bugging me when she was like, "Well, it's Friday night. I need to go out." And it's like, "Girl, you needed a job. You got a job. Suck it up. Work your Friday night." You know?
right, yeah, or Saturday day, right? It was
Yeah.
Saturday day. Yeah, there were times where I'm like, this could have been solved with her just talking a little bit more. Or, there were times when her character was just kind of standing there, like,
Mhm.
when she could say, "Hey, look, I really have to go to this meeting for Saturday. It's for my own health or whatever." Or she could have made something up.
Right.
You know what I mean? She could have said something, but she made it sound like, "Oh yeah, I'm going out. Oh, I thought we discussed this," and she didn't really. There were times going back to the writing. It's like there were times where the character could have just explained things a little bit more,
Yeah.
and she could have helped her way. Instead, she was kind of standing there and she's waiting for um, homeboy to come out, and he came out like, "Oh yeah, take the day off and have a good time," and which we'll talk about homeboy. So the the homeboy, of course, is his name.
Yeah.
Is official name. Who played that actor? Brendan Skynar. Okay, Brandon Skynar. He's kind of an unknown. It looks like.
Yeah, they
Um,
get so many people in movies these days. I have no idea who the heck they are anymore.
yeah. So he
Oh, yeah.
plays. Yeah. So he's the husband, and everyone's like, "Oh, this guy's so handsome and amazing, and he could do no wrong." And da 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 da.
Mhm.
What's really interesting is that it does show the it's like classicism and then also pretty privilege, right? Have you heard of
Mhm.
pretty privilege,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, which works both ways with men, as just as much as women. And
Sure.
he's Prince Charming. He could do no wrong. Oh my gosh, how could he put up with that crazy woman, right? And I really like the scenes, the PTA meeting scenes, or the women that are just talking crap about her. And that's kind of how it is. It
Oh,
is
yeah.
it's a little bit
Your little social club there.
yeah, exactly. It's a social club, right? Yeah, they're supposed to be best friends, but of course they're all talking crap about each other as soon as they leave, you
Yeah.
know, right? So, and it does it, yeah, it is interesting because there's I grew up with a little bit of that. I mean, I went to private school, and
Mhm.
there was a little bit of that, nothing to that extreme, I would say, but I could definitely see that. There's always a popularity contest within the moms,
Yeah,
you
you get it in a
know.
public school too. You got the different cliques.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's everywhere
Mhm.
and anywhere. And I thought he played it well. I thought, he played this this role well.
Well, the incredibly likable guy, the guy who was there for his wife during her, until we get into spoilers, her difficult moments and how sensitive he was and a nice guy. Oh yeah, he played that perfectly.
Right. Yes, he's there for the daughter. It's not even his daughter, but he's to,
Perfect, actually. And I don't
Exa
know.
yes, yes, and that is a thing where it is. I always like that kind of what's that movie? Um, the Nicole Kidman one where all the wives are the same. What's it called? Not Desperate
Oh,
Housewives. The
no,
House. I should know this. Uh all the not Handmaid's Tale. You
no.
know what I'm talking about, right? Like that.
Oh yeah, I think so. Ugh,
I'll have to Google it.
yeah,
Housewife movie, Nicole Kidman. As soon as I hear it, I'm gonna be like, oh, of course.
yeah, we're gonna be mad once we.
Yeah, Stepford Wives.
Yeah,
Stepford Wives. Yeah, it's like
yeah,
Stepford Wives.
and that's
Yeah.
actually a remake of a remake of a remake. Stepford Wives goes back. Crap, I went to the '60s, doesn't it? The
Oh
original.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and yeah, yeah, it's an older idea, and they brought it. The new one is in 2004
yeah.
when they made it, right? So
But
I love that idea though. The trophy wife. She's perfect. And what are you gonna say?
so a side tangent, and try not to get too off of it. There was one that James Marsden did called Disturbing Behavior. Same type of thing. Have you seen that one?
I have not.
Oh,
It sounds very intriguing though.
yeah.
Might
James Marsden, Katie Holmes, and he comes into town. All the preps are like ultra
Oh.
perfect, and he uncovers a
Okay, don't spoilers. Don't spoil
no,
it.
dude.
Okay.
Watch it.
I will watch it, dude. This looks
Music
amazing.
score-
This honestly
the
looks
music
amazing.
score by Mark Snow. Back at the same time when he was doing music for the X-Files. Darn good
Oh,
movie. And
wow.
it would have been a hell of a lot better movie if there wasn't studio interference. But as it is, every once in a while I watch it just because it's on. I think it's on Tubi. I'm like,
Oh, it's on Tubi. Okay, done. I know what I'm gonna watch tonight. I'm definitely
Do it.
watching this tonight. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. This is awesome. How do I've never even heard of this? Katie
I don't know.
Holmes
Yeah.
and freaking James Marsden. Like that's
it's a thriller, man. It's got,
oh.
yeah. Watch it.
If-
I highly
Credo-
recommend it. It's one of those movies I don't really get tired of watching.
Wow. Oh, I love this. I love these
It's good.
90s thriller movies.
And it's got the music to go with it too. It's got some really good music.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm watching this tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, but I love the theme. Okay, David Nutter. Okay. He did Smallville. Oh, wow. This guy directed
Okay.
Smallville. Yeah, that makes sense. Lost in Space. Okay. Yeah,
he
no,
did
that's
Space
awesome.
Movie. Okay.
But yeah, so I always love that the wool gets pulled over your eyes, or everything isn't as it seems, or
Yeah.
the rich people that are seemingly perfect on the outside, but they're actually really deeply disturbed on the inside.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I was onto the one character, but this movie successfully tricked me. I got to give credit where credit's good. It tricked me. I did not see a couple of those things coming.
It tricked me too. It definitely tricked me too. Oh, we got Patrick in the building. What's up, Patrick? Patrick is an awesome film reviewer himself. He's a film critic, and he loves my movie, The Cattown Story. So he loves my movie, The Cattown Story. He loves cats as well. So thank you, Patrick, for tuning in. Good to see you. Yeah, what were we saying? It really had me going, because you think it's one way. You think it's going, okay, it's obviously, ABC. This is it. Oh, okay, she's the lady that hired her is actually crazy. That's it. You
Right.
think it's that simple, and then it's actually not that simple. I guess should we go to spoiler territory, or it's kind of hard to dance around these topics without spoiling it. I mean, I would say definitely watch the movie. If you like thrillers, if you like twists and turns, if you like dramas, definitely check out Housemaid. It's a good time. Don't expect too much out of it, right? But it's entertaining.
Sydney Sweeney, and you can get a couple good plot twists along the way.
Exactly. What else can you ask for, right?
The Amanda Seyfried character, you know what? Not only did I'm gonna reserve this comment until after spoilers.
Well, no, let's talk. I think we're gonna get to spoilers right now. We got to get to spoilers.
The Amanda Seyfried character.
So, guys, sorry, spoiler alert, guys. Spoiler alert. If you guys haven't seen it, spoiler. You should still see it anyway. Yeah.
Not only did she completely pull the wool over Sydney Sweeney's eyes, but her husband's and the audience.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, good job on that one. Between her, Paul Feig, she didn't just fool the character, she fooled the audience.
Well, and she's a lot smarter than you think she is. You think she's just this crazy, perfect housewife just trying to be perfect. Like, she's just trying to be perfect, and she's had these crazy expectations for herself, and that's it. You think that's it. But no. She set it up so she can get out of that situation, and
Mm-hmm.
she thought of everything in advance, and she played it all to a T. She played everyone to a T, and yeah, including the audience, including the lead characters and Sydney Sweeney. And I really like that they teamed up, they team up with each other at the end, and
Now, at one point, because the movie was a lot longer, I think it was a little too long. I think it was a little longer than it should have been. But the water I was drinking, I had to get up and leave for a few minutes. Probably
were
not-
you drinking water or did you have beers or something?
no water. No, I'm
Oh, I just
fine.
had water. Oh, I had a beer. I needed 2 beers though. It's a
Oh.
2 beer movie. I only had 1 beer, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, do I go get another beer? Do I not? How much is left of the movie? I thought it was almost over, but I was only like halfway through. There was still another hour. I thought it was going to be like an hour and a half to type movie, but yeah, you're right. It was like 2 hours,
It
13
was like
minutes.
2.5 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think 2 hour 13 minutes is the official runtime.
Yeah.
I'll
Now-
check it out.
At one point, I had to make a mad dash, so I might have missed a plot point or so. But
2 hour 11 minutes that he said. But I mean, once you include freaking 30 minutes of previews, I mean,
Yeah.
there's so many previews.
I know. I don't even
Yeah.
remember the previews I watched. There was one. I was like, you gotta be, was it the fighting game one? Shoot, I'm looking like an idiot now. But what the heck? Where's that fighting game that they make a movie about every 10 years?
Oh, Mortal Kombat?
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, okay.
I
Mortal
can't
Kombat.
remember that. Why did they-
I think I'm gonna have fun with this new Mortal Kombat. Like Luke Cage or Johnny Cage. Is it Johnny Cage? Luke Cage. Johnny Cage. Johnny
Okay.
Cage. He's the star of the Mortal Kombat. He's like the movie star in the game.
That kind of looks like they're taking a comedic twist on it, like Anaconda did. So I don't know, maybe. But all I know is that about every 10 years or so, they make another Mortal Kombat movie. It's like they keep trying, they keep trying, they keep trying.
Oh, Street Fighter is another one. I guess they're making another Street Fighter.
Are they
movie,
really?
too. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's what I'm thinking of. I don't do games, so I don't know. But
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, okay, but yeah,
I grew up on those games, so I mean, it's fun. But the Street Fighter movies are, I mean, the movies are terrible. But Jean-Claude Van Damme is Guile, and
mhm.
he's supposed to be an all-American, but he's not. He's Jean-Claude Van Damme, so he's
Yeah.
Russian. I don't, it doesn't makes no sense. But
Dutch, I think, isn't he Dutch?
oh, Dutch, yeah,
Yeah.
Dutch. Okay, yeah. But yeah. Anyway, you were saying.
Yeah.
You were saying.
Anyhow, so the Amanda Seyfried character, obviously, she did a background check on Sydney Sweeney. So was it her intention to dump Sydney Sweeney off and say, okay, I'm taking myself out of the question. I'm pushing you in their site, good luck with it. Or did she pick Sydney Sweeney so that they could team up because Sydney Sweeney had a little bit more of a criminal mind, not deliberately criminal, but she'd done a couple of dark things in her past. So do you think it was her plan to team up with Sydney Sweeney to do away with the husband? Or do you think it's like, I'm dumping him off on you, I'm out of here, bye?
Yeah, I think initially it was a dump off type thing because she had to save herself. But what happened was she got to know her a bit more. And it was kind of really interesting because the daughter character is a B word to Sydney Sweeney, the whole freaking movie, But then all of a sudden she goes, oh, shouldn't we save Sydney Sweeney too?
I thought it came out of nowhere myself.
It came out of left field, right? Yeah. It's like complete. There was character inconsistencies I noticed in this movie where if you're writing a movie, you have to be consistent with these characters. And if you're not, you have to show them, you'd have to show a scene where the girl actually likes Sydney Sweeney now all of a sudden, right? Which they didn't have that. They didn't have that, She had plenty of opportunities to like her, right? And she tried to, she tried really hard to like her, and she was just a brat the whole time, right? But then it's just kind of came. Oh, Mom, don't you think we should save her too? It's
Okay,
like
I didn't miss a plot point then. That did come out of left field. Okay.
Yeah, it did come out completely out of left field. Completely. Yeah, yeah. So it was that was something that I was like, wait, what? Um,
And
yeah,
we did Amanda get her kid back because at one point she left, so dad would have had custody of the kid. When did she reacquire the daughter so that the daughter could say, "Can't we go back and rescue her?" There was something there that I missed.
yeah. No, I know. There's actually a good chunk of the movie where you don't see the daughter at all. And I'm like, where is the daughter? Is she sleeping over at the friend's house?
Uh-huh.
Maybe she's over there, maybe or not. But there was a time where you don't see the daughter for the longest time. And then you
Well, yeah,
see both characters, you see the both parents, but you don't see the
right.
daughter.
But the mom
Yeah.
wrote a letter to her saying, "If you get this letter, it's because I'm dead or I had to leave you behind." So she wrote that letter, and then she got her kid back, and then her
That's
kid.
a good actually that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, she
That
wrote a letter saying, "Dear daughter, if you get this letter, it's because I'm either dead or I had to leave you behind." And then I went and went pee and came back, and she had her daughter. And her daughter, who previously hated Sydney Sweeney, was like, "We got to go rescue her." And I'm like, "What the heck did I miss?"
yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. No, I was there the whole time. I didn't leave, and it was the same exact thing. I was like, "What? Wait, what? Wait." Yeah, it's like, dear daughter, if you're reading this, I'm probably dead, or I had to make a decision. But I hope you know that I'm not a bad person because X, Y, Z, A, B,
Yeah,
C. And then she's with the daughter. Yeah, and then like a couple
yeah.
scenes later,
It's like,
she's
okay, was there like a couple reels that were left on the cutting room floor? Is Paul Feig going to do like a director's cut that's going to be like 3 hours or something? I mean, that had to have been quite a bit of
right.
setup, between that and that.
Right, and I forget how they explained it. I'm sure it might have been some type of one-off line that you just, sometimes they just have a one-off line that it doesn't seem important, but
Mhm.
like I said, oh, I'm glad Susie Q went back from camp, this week or something like, you know what I mean? Maybe, so maybe we missed that too, but no, I was paying attention the whole time, and that's why it was kind of uneven because
Yeah.
we get the narration of Sydney Sweeney, her character, and then so we get that interspersed sometimes, and then but then all of a sudden we get Amanda Seyfried's monologues, right? Which that explains, it's kind of like an exposition dump at one point where they
Mhm.
just show all the
Yeah,
flashbacks, right? It's a
very
complete
long
exposition.
too.
Yeah, it was very long. It took up a good amount of the movie
It
where
did.
they're explaining things that actually, oh, this is what really happened. What I do like though, I do like when they talk about gossip, and that there's that girl talking in the ballet studio, and
Oh,
she's like,
yeah.
oh, didn't you hear about what happened? She left her daughter to drown, or she was drowning her daughter, whatever. But like the way people act when it's gossip, you know what I mean? Like they have
Yeah.
this like they can't wait to spill these beans about so and so and talk the dirt about these people, these perfect people, and then
Mhm.
you learn what really happened, and then it's like, oh wow. And that's kind of the power of rumors, or when rumors fly or people start spreading gossip that's not even true, people don't know the whole
Right.
story. I like stuff like that because you see what actually really happened versus
You know,
who,
that's true, and the movie did actually do a pretty good job of that because the husband played everyone, but it didn't take a whole lot of effort for him to do so, knowing how people can gossip, stories can change and expand and twist. So he didn't have to do much to turn the world against her.
right, that, yeah, that's a good point. Or you mean to have the world against her, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So everyone thinks, oh, well, she had a breakdown. Oh, she tried to drown the daughter. Oh, she's the. And there were a few clues along the way that showed that maybe he wasn't as good as he was. And I was starting to get, I was onto him. I'm thinking, okay, he's not Mr. Perfect. There's something going on with him. He's a problem. Didn't see what kind of problem. I mean, that was a real. And during that expedition, John, the whole time I have to admit, I'm like, whatever happened to show don't tell? We are so telling without showing. And they had to have
Right.
gone on like about 15 minutes. I mean,
Right. Yeah. And she's explaining everything in the
yeah,
letter. Oh, and then I did this, and then I actually did this, and this happened, and then I
yeah,
did this. And yeah, it is something where they could have just shown it in a flashback of what really happened and just let the audience.
yeah. We could have seen it for ourselves.
Right. We don't need it to be spelled out for us. It's like these movies that they try to spell everything out for you, or you have to get everyone's perspective.
Yeah,
Because if you were to just show a flashback of what actually really happened, then you're like, oh wait, okay, Amanda Seyfried's character is actually she actually isn't crazy. She's actually
correct.
the more sane one.
Hmm.
um, and then you're like on her side after that because she really yeah she was, you see her perspective and where she's coming from and
Yeah.
why she's doing what she's doing, why she's acting a certain way. And he's terrible. I mean, he's
Oh yeah.
gaslighting.
Mr. Wonderful, Mr. Too Perfect is a spawn of Satan himself.
Right. Yeah, well, totally. Well, it was fun. What I like, I like those. What I like about the movies when Amanda Seyfried's character sets up Sydney Sweeney's character up for disaster,
Hmm.
right? She goes, "Oh yeah, I need you to book these tickets, right? You need to book these tickets." And then, next thing you know, like, what the hell are you doing booking those tickets? Why did you book those tickets?
Yeah, I know.
Didn't you know that I'm gonna be gone to taking the daughter to camp or whatever on Saturday, and I won't be able to make it. But then when you think about it, that was all a part of her plan too, because
Right.
she wanted them to go together. She knew that he was going to go after her, right? Because she's his type. I mean,
Yeah.
she's Sydney Sweeney.
Well,
And
yeah. I mean, if you take a look at the movie poster, Amanda Seyfried and Sydney Sweeney might as well be sisters. So that was also a part of the plan.
right, yeah, totally, totally, yeah. They look very much alike. I'll bring it up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They look alike. I think they're 10 years apart, something like that. I think
Hmm.
Amanda's in her late 30s and Sydney's in her mid to late 20s, I think. But
Mid late 20s. Because Amanda, I thought Amanda was probably in her 40s by now. I mean,
oh,
sorry,
maybe
pardon
she
me.
is. Maybe she is. Yeah,
She's
she
so
might.
gorgeous, man.
Oh yeah, beautiful, beautiful girl. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, well, her character, because she got really famous off of Mean Girls, obviously, and she played the dumb blonde in Mean Girls, right? But she's not a dumb blonde. She's actually really smart, and
Right.
she's a really good actress too. So it was interesting seeing, because I kind of underestimated her a little bit. I'm like, oh, is she gonna be good in this? Is she not? And she had a really complicated character to play, so I thought she did really well. I
No,
mean,
yeah, no complaints from me about her portrayal either. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And Sydney Sweeney was good. There were times where I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Her character was interesting because she's right. So she went to jail for 10 years, right? And uh, yeah. So you're kind of the whole time I was kind of wondering, like, why is she so kind of? She's a little bit too nonchalant about stuff, or she's
Well, she was in a prep school, so she probably came from wealth too, which is why she was probably too accustomed to the mansion. So, going back to our conversation earlier, is like, if you come from, just, poverty or something like that, and now you're in a mansion, well, she came from wealth. So that part wasn't new to her. But you don't realize this stuff until later on in the movie when it's like, oh, okay, I get it now.
right, right. It made a lot more sense once he explained it. So best actress working today is Haley Bennett. Interesting.
Not familiar.
I'm not familiar either. Do I? It's Haley Bennett. Um,
Look up another.
I don't recall. Luckiest Man in America. She was in Borderlands. I don't know any of these movies. I've not seen any of these movies. Widow, The Last Frontier. She was in. Patrick, why is she the best? Haley Bennett. I've never heard of her. Is it this person? Patrick, who is this person? I don't know her. I have not.
Yeah, I feel better because I'm not familiar with her either.
Yeah. Haley Bennett. Yeah. Well, hey, that's a statement. That's a very good statement. Who would you say is the best actress working to get today?
Oh gosh. Well, I mean, there's so many actresses out there that Hollywood isn't built on actors anymore. Like, there's not too many good actors or actresses. It's like there's not many Tom Cruises left or anything like that. So there's a lot of actresses out there who, unfortunately, I just can't name. To be honest with Brooke Pedro, there's a good working actress.
That's true. You're right. Yes, very good working actress. Yeah, she's in this movie, Simp.
That's right.
Yes.
But, a lot of the old guard's gone, and I'm just not familiar with a lot of the new ones who we have right now. You can watch. There's so much new, and I'm going to use the word content for the lack of a better word. So many streaming shows, so many movies. Very rarely do you see an actor or actress twice anymore.
How do you mean? Like,
okay, we can name. Okay, Tom Cruise. We can name several movies that Tom Cruise was in, but we can look at this movie and Amanda Seyfried. Oh, okay, she was in Mean Girls, or one that I was going to look up right now when she played Linda Lovelace. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
I have not seen that one.
Okay. All right. But I don't know. Let me pick the Star Wars show. I'll watch the Star Wars show and I'm like, okay, here's an actress. Have I seen her in anything else? Probably not.
Right.
Yeah. And it's funny. I write. I'm kind of a little into the local filmmaking, but I don't watch a lot of movies anymore.
Really?
Part of it is time. How much time do I have to do it? And another part is a lot of movies suck, and I just don't.
I was just about to say. I mean, is it because you don't want to watch movies, or is it because there aren't many movies that you want to watch that come out?
There's not a lot of movies I want to watch. Now, granted, maybe I watched this one because the trailer was intriguing, and Sydney Sweeney.
She
had the Golden Globes before the Golden Globes Awards, but it turns out it was a good movie, and maybe I just don't give a lot of movies a chance that they deserve.
Well, I think that is a good point, because I gave this movie a chance. I think because of Sydney Sweeney, definitely. If it was just Amanda Seyfried and some other generic, like if it was Zendaya as the main character, Patrick talked about Zendaya, I'm kind of Zendaya'd out. I've seen her in a million things, and she's the same in everything. I don't think she's bad. She seems like a nice, cool person, but a leading role, you needed a hot blonde to be this character. You just had it. You just had to have that,
I believe Sydney Sweeney was also one of the producers.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. So. Oh, wow.
She comes off like a dumb blonde, but I don't think Sydney Sweeney's dumb at all.
No, I don't think so either. I think I read a thing that when she was 14, she was telling her parents, hey, can I move to LA to become an actress? She really wanted to pursue acting from a young age. And it is something where when some actors or actresses seem to come out of the woodworks, all of a sudden they're everywhere. There's usually a lot that happened before that just, there's a lot of actors that just, they're not, you got to give them a little bit more credit than what his credit is due. People are like, oh, well, she's just, she's hot, so that's why she gets the movie role. It's like, well, no, she probably worked really hard too.
Oh yeah.
Right. And I think she's definitely, I like her attitude too. She's not overly political. She's not too pretentious. She'll do these crazy movies.
I don't know. Last summer, I thought she declared the fourth right, or because she did a Blue Jeans ad.
Oh, right, right. The
That's
fourth
something I
Reich.
still can't wrap my mind around. It's like, where are these people coming from? It's like, okay, Adolf Hitler drank water, so if you drink water, you are literally Hitler. That's what it's a stupid Blue Jean commercial.
Well,
All
it's
these
funny, and
people
it
are
says, yeah,
what
Sydney
the
Sweeney
hell?
has good genes,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I thought about making a parody of it. It's like Brooke Piedra has good genes, like
Oh,
she's in
yeah.
jeans. You know what I mean? The whole
That would
movie,
work.
she's in the jeans. She's got great genes. You know, it's true. It's true, right? This is true.
I
It's just it's a play on words, and it's funny. You know,
It's an old play on words. People have talked about having great genes for freaking decades, but people, it's like all of a sudden, maybe people today have never heard it before, or they forgot it's an old expression. I don't know, but
Right, but I think yeah, and I think something about what I want to do and bringing to movies is a little bit of levity, right? Just a
uh,
little bit of levity. You know, we don't have to take ourselves so darn seriously. Going back to Anaconda, I love that movie
okay, yeah,
because it didn't take itself seriously, and it's Jack Black and Paul Rudd, but it takes itself seriously. The movie has heart. It's about a young filmmaker who's in his 50s, and he
a young
wanted to
filmmaker
pursue.
in the 50s. I thank you for saying that.
Okay, sorry.
No, I appreciate it.
A
Thank you.
filmmaker, he starts off young, and then he gets to be in his 50s, and
Okay.
then he's feels like he didn't pursue or didn't actually go to LA because one of the main friend, Paul Rudd's character, went to LA, and he's like a starving actor type thing. He has like bit parts on. I think you'd really like it. Actually, speaking of Tropic Thunder, they make fun of Hollywood as well, so many times in this movie.
In an
And
Anaconda movie, though,
in
I mean,
Anaconda, so they remake the movie Anaconda. They're filmmakers. They're like 50-something-year-old filmmakers, wannabe filmmakers that are. Paul Rudd's like, hey, I have the rights to the movie Anaconda. We need
it's
to make it's so out there. It's so hilarious.
but with this Jack Black comedy of Anaconda, wouldn't the equivalent be that Tropic Thunder would now be a part of the Apocalypse Now franchise? I mean,
Well, and they talk about Anaconda. Yes, Brooke is a great actress. She's awesome. And
no, I was impressed with her performance, and she is a sweet girl when I met her there at the red carpet.
oh yeah, the yellow carpet. You mean the yellow
The
carpet?
yellow fabric, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
No, but yeah, no, she is really great. She's got a good head on her shoulders too. And I'm always like, look, Brooke could be that next Sydney Sweeney. I personally think. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I think that she's
Well,
got what
I
it
think she's
takes.
probably a little bit more modest than Sydney Sweeney. I caught your live stream the other night, and it was, what'd you say, stunt nipple? I didn't know there was such a thing. I did not know that you could get body parts like that from Amazon. I learned something new the other night. But so Brooke might be a little bit more modest than Sydney, but Sydney knows how to rock it. I mean,
Well, yeah, that is an interesting thing with her is she's not afraid to
uh,
go to those places, which is interesting because a lot of actresses don't go there. You know, where
right.
you have someone like maybe Margot Robbie who started off with like being in Wolf of Wall Street, right?
Yeah.
And then, which is very provocative role. But then since then, I don't think she's really I think she did that one weird movie that's like 3 hours long that I never saw.
It was
Maybe she's
awful.
Oh, it looked awful. It
It
looked
was
really
awful.
it looked awful. It looked pretentious and awful. I mean, these movies are just yeah.
It was
But of
awful.
course, did it win a bunch of awards?
Yeah,
Though?
well,
Yeah,
I
of
mean,
course.
like it's a one battle after another syndrome. It's a little pretentious. So it's like, oh, this is all, it's about Hollywood. So of course, you got a terrible movie that wins a bunch of awards.
Right.
And it rinse and repeat.
Speaking, now that I have you here, and you've watched One Battle After Another. What are your thoughts on that movie, One Battle After Another?
Overhyped. I'm not even going to touch on its politics. I was hearing other people say, well, it's a parody of. Okay, okay, maybe it is a parody. I don't, and maybe it's not glorifying those politics. The politics aside, I just wasn't impressed with the filmmaking. It had good cinematography, it had good performances, but man, Paul Thomas Anderson really, really needed to rein in that script. It
Yeah.
was way too long. I think he tried to accomplish way too much. It's like he had a huge bowl of spaghetti. He kept trying to throw things at the wall to see what would stick, and it's like it was just way overdone. It was boring, actually. Um, there was we had the antagonist, okay, but was there a protagonist? Okay, fine. Maybe Leo was a protagonist. It was kind of hard to like him at first when he was like, "Oh, well, you're pregnant. We have to be a family," and she runs off. You're thinking, "Oh, okay, so he's going to take responsibility. He's going to raise this kid." No, he spent her whole life being a stone loser.
Right.
There's nothing
Right.
to identify with here. It's like yeah, I'll give you your politics, but you couldn't suck it up to raise a kid. If you're spending her whole life, I don't know how the hell he was able to afford, like dance classes or martial arts classes for her when you're spending all your time being stoned. But
Right.
and a couple comedic points when he was trying to get back in touch with their comrades and he couldn't remember the code word or the password. I was amused by that, but a lot of the music was annoying and getting on my nerves. Maybe it was maybe the music, the chopstick music.
Oh gosh, dude, it was
the chaos that he was in. I don't know, but I was sorely tempted to turn off because it was getting on my nerves. And the end of the movie, my gosh, and I don't think you made it to the end.
I didn't make it, so please tell me what happens at the end because I will.
The word. There's a word for it, of course. When I'm live streaming, I can't think of it. But when the plot, when it happens because the plot needs it to happen. Okay, so Sean Penn character. First of all, this movie wants to tell everyone that if you're white, you're racist, and the only white people who aren't racist are these revolutionaries.
Right.
There's even one part of the movie where this one guy goes to have a secret meeting and he's driving through this affluent, older looking area where it's like, oh, this is rich white people neighborhood. And he goes underground into these catacombs to have some kind of clandestine meeting with all these secret people who are talking about the Sean Penn character and whether or not he soiled himself by having sex with a black woman. It's like, what the hell? People don't actually think this, do they? What the hell? And so at the end of the movie, Sean Penn gets the daughter. They do a DNA test. He's like, oh, you got a problem because our DNA matches up because he's trying to get into the secret society. And so he needs to get rid of her. So he drives out into the desert, dumps her off with a hit guy. The hit guy is like, oh, I don't do kids. I'll give you a couple extra dollars. Okay, fine. I'll do the hit guy. And so the hit guy takes off in his white car. Sean Penn takes off in his, and they go separate ways. Meanwhile, Leo is trying to find her. He's driving up and down the road. He doesn't even know where anyone's at. He has to stop and ask for directions. Did you see this truck with this? Oh, yes, senor. No, they went that way. So he's driving off that way. So he doesn't know where he's going. The hit guy takes the daughter back and gives them to these other hit people, and they're going to snuff her out later on. And she's sitting on the porch, and the hit guy develops a conscience. It's not right to wipe out a kid like this or something. So he goes in there. Everyone gets killed in a gunfight except for her, miraculously. It's like, why did this guy all of a sudden get a heart and be willing to sacrifice his life to save this girl who he doesn't even know? They're all hitmen, but whatever. So she gets the keys. She gets in the car. And then there's another guy who's after them. And he's chasing her. It's like, okay, well, this guy's trying to...
Wait, who's the other guy? Where did this guy come from?
He's a part of the secret society who wants her removed too, because he's part black, I guess, and she's a revolutionary, and she could... whatever, I don't know. And so he's chasing her down, and somehow she realizes that he's chasing after her to kill her. And it's like, bro, how did the hell did you know who she was? That she'd be in that car and on that stretch of the road. It's like they needed it to happen, so it happened. And then later on, and she takes them out, and Leo DiCaprio finds them so he can finally rescue his daughter. It's like, how the hell did you know where she was at? This is like quite definitely. I mean, people oohed and awed. Oh, the cinematography, the rolling hills. Yeah, it looked good, but it was so contrived. That was the word I was looking for. The whole ending of one battle after another is contrived, immensely, incredibly contrived. It made no logical sense.
So everyone dies. The Sean Penn character dies. Does Leo die in it?
No, he didn't die.
He didn't die. Okay.
But him, and his daughter lived happily ever after, so she could join the revolution. Who?
Oh, great!
The
Oh,
Sean
wonderful.
Penn character ended up living for a little while until the secret society snuffed him out.
Oh, they kill him.
They eventually.
Oh, wow.
And also they had it. This is one of those movies where you think it's the end. Oh, okay. There's another 20 minutes. There's another end, and then another end. It's like it's one of those movies.
One ending after another.
One ending after another. Yeah. So I did lose interest, but I was bound and determined. So maybe there's a couple plot points I missed, but there's a lot of it. It was boring. The ending was incredibly contrived. The musical score, the chopsticks, I'm like, what is this?
This is the first movie where I'm like, I really don't get it. There's a lot of Oscar-winning movies or people talking about Oscar-winning movies where I'm like, okay, I get why this is going to win all these awards. I get that, but this is the first time where I'm looking at this movie and I'm like, what are people seeing that I am not seeing here? And I am seeing the same. But what's really interesting is that since the movie's been out, it's actually really, there's a lot of people that feel the same way as us. There's a lot of people that aren't brainwashed for whatever reason, people are become brainwashed into thinking, oh, this movie's a masterpiece, so I'm just going to like it no matter what. I can't have my own objective
it's
viewpoint.
It's really crazy because I don't dislike the movie because of its politics. I dislike the movie because of its filmmaking. I take it apart on its own merits. Yet I think other people like it because of its politics. I that's the only thing I can see. But yeah, I was listening to the radio this morning, and one of the guys on the talk radio station I listen to, he's conservative and he loves it. And I'm thinking, really?
Wow. Well, interesting.
I don't know. Maybe people like it on its own merits too. Maybe we're being too critical, but on its own merits, I couldn't like it.
I don't think so. Again, and politics aside, you named 3 things that are pretty much movie death for me. One, being boring. It's boring. It's boring. I was bored to tears. I wanted to like it so bad. And again, I love Paul Thomas Anderson. I love There Will Be Blood. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. And that movie.
They have to convince me to watch it because the only other PTA movie I've seen was Boogie Nights, which is 153 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
Yeah, so
couldn't save it for me.
A lot of people love that movie. I was like, okay, I was okay. It was okay for me. But yeah, it's one of those things you watch it one time, you don't watch it again. There Will Be Blood, though, is a masterpiece. Daniel Day-Lewis, it is objectively a masterpiece. It really is. I think you'd really like it.
How badly do you want me to watch that?
I mean, well,
you're calling it a masterpiece. That's a pretty serious work.
It is, and it really is. I again, you could watch it and maybe you disagree, but I don't think you would. I think you'd really like it. I think it's worth watching. I think you'd like it. I think you'd like it a lot. It's fantastic, really well done. You got to watch it though, big screen, loud sound. It's a slow burn movie. I love slow burn movies. If the payoff,
it can be good.
Yeah, if the payoff is good, I like the slow burn movies. Like I like those and trust me, just go with it. Watch it. Give it a shot. It is a long movie, just a heads up, but it is way better than one battle after another. It is, I mean, I wouldn't.
I watched one battle. I made it a point. I watched through it. I never turned it off. I might have lost my attention here and there, but I was determined to watch it, and I saw it to the end. So I guess you should watch Forrest Gump then.
No, no, hell no, hell no. I will never watch Forrest Gump. I will never, unless actually I need to set this up. I joke about this, but unless on Patreon, I am going to actually legitimately set this up because you never know. The internet's a crazy place. I will watch Forrest Gump with one moderate donation of $10,000 minimum. And I will watch Forrest Gump. If someone contributes $10,000 to my Patreon, I will watch Forrest Gump. Other than that, I will never watch Forrest Gump.
Well, what's it? That one guy who played the Joker in Zack Snyder's, yeah.
Oh yeah, Jared Leto. Jared Leto.
He would probably be willing to give you 10 grand to watch Forrest Gump if he had any money left over from losing it all on making Tron Ares.
Hey, you know what? Did you see Tron Ares, by the way?
Unfortunately, I did.
You didn't like it?
No.
Did you watch it in 3D? Did you watch it in 3D?
No, I just.
That's your problem. That's your problem right there. You didn't watch it. Yeah, no. That movie was made for
3D TV. I would be willing to watch it in 3D if they had a 3D Blu-ray. But yeah. I don't know that they do. And
I don't know if they do that anymore. If they can stream it in 3D, I don't know. They got to figure that out.
Yeah, they say there's not much demand, and that's too bad. I love my 3D. I got my 3D TV is my baby, but
so you have a 3D TV?
I have a 3D TV.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, but
did you watch okay? Let me ask you this: did you like Tron Legacy?
I like Tron Legacy.
Okay. I love Tron Legacy. I think the first 15 minutes of Tron Legacy is probably as perfect as a movie can get as an intro, as a beginning intro.
I think my biggest gripe is what everyone's biggest gripe about Tron Legacy is, and it's a Tron movie with a lack of Tron. Even though technically we had Tron at the end of the movie, and we had Tron kind of throughout the course of the movie, but for a movie called Tron, it had remarkably little, if any, Tron. But it still had more Tron than Tron Ares.
Well, my problem with Tron Ares is that they completely just disregarded the whole Sam plot line, and I miss that. I wanted to see Sam in there. He's a great character. I mean, and people hate Jared Leto. I don't understand that. I actually really like Jared Leto. I think he's great. I really love his stuff. I will go even this far. I liked him as the Joker. I even liked him in that because
that is a hot
it is, but because he did something so different. It's like, what if the Joker was a pimp and drove a Lamborghini? it's like, when you think about it that way, it's like, oh, that's actually pretty interesting. That's really interesting. I liked it.
I'm one of those people who would say that we need an Ayers cut, a David Ayers cut. I was a Snyder Cut guy, and I think Snyder Cut's Justice League is probably one of the finest, one of the best comic book movies ever made.
Really? Very hot. That's a really hot take. That's a really hot take.
I will say that unapologetically. I know it was 4 hours long, but I think I really enjoyed the Snyder Cut. And the only movie that's better than the Zack Snyder's Justice League is the one that was in black and white, which I can only find on HBO Max. It's pretentious as hell. You're right. But
okay, you see, I didn't have to say it. You knew what I was going to say. It is pretentious.
Snyder's up his own ass, but I liked Man of Steel, and I think I liked Man of Steel more. The more people hate it, the more I like it.
Wow.
I think Man of Steel was a different take, and I barely had any stomach for James Gunn's Superman. I'm sorry, but Sorry.
Oh, okay. We are gonna really get into it. Welcome back, Chris Laird. Don't tease me with Kings being up at halftime. You know that doesn't mean anything. That does not mean anything.
You like the beam tonight?
Yeah, we gotta make it past the third quarter first. So if we're up by 14 after the third quarter, okay, maybe I'll get my hopes up a little bit. But I mean, come on, that we do have 2 wins in a row. So I will say that we beat the Lakers. That was really that's always a good time. But we are 8 and 9 and 30 or something terrible. We're not doing well. This is like the most talented team that's also has the worst record of all time. But anyway, okay, enough about the Kings. So okay, all right, let's talk Superman. All right, we're gonna talk Superman. All right, let's talk Superman.
No, wait a minute. We need to be specific. If we're going to be talking about Superman, we're going to be talking about, Richard Donner, Christopher Reeves, the gold standard.
Yes.
We could be talking about
Dick Donner. His friends call him Dick Donner.
Dick Donner. Okay.
Because I went to a Heat screening with him and Q&A. Yeah. It was really cool. It was really cool. Anyway.
We could be talking about Man of Steel, Zack Snyder's, but if we're talking about James Gunn's, now we're talking about Superboy.
Superboy?
Yeah.
What?
The guy cucked out, man.
What?
If you're Superman, you're not going to get so upset when your girlfriend asks you a couple tough questions, or if Lex Luthor calls you super shit and you lose your shit. It's like, my gosh, man, grow up. You're supposed to be the Man of Steel. That means thick skin, and you're a wuss, man. You're easily bothered. I'm watching these things, and he's like, he's having a temper tantrum. It's like, dear Lord, man.
So here's my thing with Superman. I think it's easily the dumbest superhero story ever. It is so dumb. Hold on.
Go ahead.
It's very dumb. And then also, not only that, it's the most pointless superhero. I fundamentally hate Superman. I don't like Superman. I think Superman as a character is boring. It's uninteresting because he's perfect. He's perfect. He can fly.
Yeah.
He's in not invisible. He's
impervious.
Impervious.
Yeah.
He's impervious. He's got the laser vision, and in the old ones, he has Great Wall of China vision. So he's got vision to rebuild the Great Wall of China. It's like, okay, this is ridiculous,
right?
But I like the Man of Steel because what's his name? The actor that played
Henry Cavill.
Yes, Henry Cavill is Superman. I mean, this guy. You look at this guy. He was in Count of Monte Cristo. He was only 15 in Count of Monte Cristo. He played a really good role in that one. He was the son of what's his name? Demarcus D'Antonian. Did you see Count of Monte Cristo?
I know what it is, but I have not seen it. No.
Okay, well, that's another fantastic. That's a great movie. It's a great. If you like revenge stories, my gosh, it's amazing.
Okay.
It's amazing. Okay, so he's in that, and look, Henry Cavill was great. My gripe though with Man of Steel, dude, they destroy half the city. Like they're flying through buildings, destroying the city, killing people, but they don't show people that are dying. You know what I mean? But all of a sudden they're like alone in the city, just destroying the whole city for 45 minutes or an hour. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's spectacular. The action is amazing. The effects are great. But I'm like, dude, you're destroying a city and you're Superman. You know what I mean? It's like
destroying it. He's trying to stop Zod. It was Zod's mission to destroy. It was Zod
Schmod, dude. Zod. Oh, Zod. Yeah. Who cares? It's a stupid story. It's Zod came from planet Jupiter, Krypton. Yeah, he came from Krypton, and now
I actually like the dynamic. like Christopher Reeves, Richard Donner was the gold standard. I grew up on that one, and it's probably one of the reasons why I wanted to be a filmmaker, because it was an incredibly cinematic movie. Superman 2, gosh, everyone would love Superman 2 at the time, and I've since watched the Donner cut, and that was actually too bad Richard Donner got screwed out of making Superman 2. But
what
now,
actually happened with that? What did happen? Okay, we'll get on.
Yeah, we can come back to that. Now let's fast forward to James Gunn. When Zack Snyder's Man of Steel was out, everyone was crying to the "Not my Superman!" Like, you're a sociopath, you're Hitler, you're blah blah blah.
Did people actually say that? Not my Superman.
I spend way too much. Oh yeah, there are a lot of people. Not my Superman. I spend way too much time online, but not enough time touching real grass. But a lot of these people, fandom sucks, and fandom is really making me really start to hate some of these franchises. But
there's toxic fandoms where they're they can become.
Now I could be considered toxic fandom for Star Wars, but we can come back to that later.
Oh gosh, yeah, we can get back to that.
But everyone's like, okay, well, James Gunn's Superman, this is the way the character's supposed to be, and I'm like, well, then the character must suck.
Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. The character sucks. You said it yourself.
No, the reason
I rest my case.
The reason why I liked Man of Steel is because it humanized the character of Superman. He was growing up, when he was going through puberty, he was going through these changes. Life was tough. Now, life has sucked in the 80s and 90s. That's where they were coming from. He wasn't super well liked and everyone's favorite. He was growing up a loner. Chastised, and I liked how they humanized.
Okay, Chris, explain this scene though. Explain this scene.
Okay.
The tornado scene. Okay, we got to talk about the tornado scene.
What's done?
Kevin Costner, who plays his dad, knows that Superman is Superman.
Yeah.
And he's like, "No, son, I'm gonna die. Don't save me. I'm gonna just get taken up by this tornado." That was so stupid. That was dumb. You gotta admit. Thank you.
Paul Kent was so scared and such. He was so scared of society. Never stopping to think, well, they can't hurt my son because nothing can hurt my kids. So I'm not worried about, unless he was worried about his wife. But yeah, no, I'm not going to say it was a flawless movie. It had a couple of problems. I'll agree with people.
I mean, that's a pretty big problem. Let's say that's a pretty big problem. Like the dad character, I'd be like, "Dad, I don't give a shit. I'm going to save your ass right now." You know what I mean?
What was I supposed to do? Let everyone on the bus drown? And the dad's like, "Oh, maybe." Okay, yeah,
right, exactly. Another part, yeah.
I will agree with the critics on that. I'm honest enough to say, I like the movie. I like that they humanized him. I like the different take on him. Doesn't mean that a couple of those parts weren't bad or stupid, because they were.
Okay, well, at least you admit that. Okay, at least you admit that. At least. So is it because he just looks cool? Like, because the suit is probably the coolest. The Man of Steel Superman suit is probably
the red trunks. They explained it in the movie.
The red trunks are so stupid. It's like, dude, he's wearing underwear on his over his pants. Gosh, that's always been dumb.
Right? Fan, those red trunks better be the right shade red, because on page 3.
Oh gosh, yeah, page 3, issue 12 of comic book series 7. Yeah.
I never got into the comics. The only time I got into Superman comics is when he got killed.
Oh, spoiler alert. Wow. Big time spoiler.
It was in the 80s, dude.
That's a big time spoiler.
Superman versus Doomsday.
Does he die? Does he actually die? What happens?
He died.
Oh, wow. R.I.P.
Superman legit died in the comics.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, they had to kill him off. I mean, how many times it's a boring story. Oh, a monster comes up. Oh, someone who's invincible defeats the monster. Okay, great.
And he killed the monster.
Great,
and people complain about Man of Steel because Superman killed Zod. He had to.
Well, yeah, he did.
He had to.
And he doesn't have a code like Batman. Batman has a code, by the way. If we want to talk about real good superheroes, I mean, we could say we could talk about Batman.
Oh yeah, Batman is a far more interesting character than Superman, especially if James Gunn's character, if James Gunn's Superman is the way Superman is supposed to be, then Batman by miles. And I think
Okay.
Batman over Superman regardless. Even Donner's Superman. I'll take Batman over Donner's Superman.
Okay, thank you. Because I thought that you were gonna say Superman is better, and I was
No,
like,
Batman is a more intriguing character.
right,
He is
right.
a-
Oh God,
he is-
don't even get me started on James Bond, Tom. Jeez.
That wasn't-
Oh my gosh. So
That
so
wasn't James Bond.
you know,
No.
James Blonde. You know, I actually, man, we're opening up Pandora's box a little bit. I liked, you know what? I actually liked the way they ended. There's the only, again, we talk about Superman dies. James Bond at the latest one, he dies at the end. There's no other way James
What was the
Bond
name
can
of that
go
one
out.
called?
Damn it, you got me. You got me. It's
No Time to Die?
No Time to Die. Yes.
And he found time, didn't he?
And he died. He found time. He actually made time to die. He chose to die because he stayed on that island and he could have, you know. But you know what? I actually I look. I love that movie. That movie though was sick because the Aston Martin in the beginning with the machine guns, and then they're all shooting at him. And then all of a sudden it's like, you know, he turns on the guns, like they're wiping him out, but it's bulletproof or whatever, and then he just turns on the gun and just wipes everyone out. I love that, dude. I live for that crap, you know. For a James Bond movie, I love that type of stuff. I love the gadgets, I love the cool cars, I love the gizmos, I love all that. And look, how else are you going to end a James Bond movie other than say, oh, what does he do? He retire? Is he going to be Indiana Jones where he's complaining about his neighbors playing loud music? You know, like,
well, that was not Indiana Jones. That was Iowa Jakes.
Iowa Jakes.
Yeah. Okay. You know, Mark Hamill complained about Rian Johnson's portrayal. You know how he wanted Luke, and he said that wasn't Luke Skywalker. That was his brother Jake. Even Mark Hamill disavows Luke Skywalker from the sequel trilogy. So therefore, me and a few other people out in the world will say that in the Dial of Indiana Jones
Dial of Destiny.
That was horrible. Not DOD, but DUD.
DUD. Yeah.
That was Iowa Jakes. It was not Indiana Jones.
Dude, that was I speaking of walking out of movies, I walked out of that one because I was just so disappointed. I didn't. You know, I'm like, how do you make probably the coolest character in the world really terrible and boring and not interesting?
That movie is so bad it made Kingdom of the Crystal Skull better.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. You know what's funny? I rewatched Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I'm like, well, this actually isn't so bad. You know,
bad after all.
This isn't so bad.
The sequel trilogy, the Star Wars sequel trilogy, made the prequel trilogy better by default.
You're absolutely right. And actually, you know what? I will take this to my grave. Star Wars Episode 1 is a masterpiece.
I won't take that away from you. That was about a masterpiece like Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Which one? There's like a million of them. The J.J. Abrams?
Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Is that J.J. Abrams?
No, I'm talking about the 1979, I think it was 79, starring William Shatner when the Star Trek crossed over from being a TV show to the cinema. Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Okay. I'll have to. I haven't watched it. I'll admit I've not watched it.
It's long and slow, but it's also very beautiful, and it brings the cast back. It's a beautiful. It's slow. It's a slog.
Is it long and prosperous?
Yeah,
it
led to the best Star Trek movie ever made.
Wow. Okay, that's a statement. And they made a bunch of them. I mean, dang.
Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. There's been a lot of good Trek movies, but in my opinion, The Wrath of Khan is still the best of them all.
You know what's funny is looking at you now, there's a character in Star Trek that kind of looks like you, isn't there? An actor?
Make it so.
Yes, make it so.
I'll take Kirk over Picard any day, but
Yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, you're Captain Kirk, of course.
I'm a Kirk
Yeah,
guy.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah, Spock is the best robot ever. Yeah, I mean, it's I love Star Trek because it
Either.
goes through philosophy. It's science fiction, but it's almost science fact too, right? It's and a lot of
Mhm.
the things that back in the day when they were like the video call, remember? That was a
Yeah.
this is Star Trek, this is like what we're doing right now. This is Star Trek
Yeah.
technology, right? You know?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, look, the cultural significance of Star Trek and how it has inspired people to pursue it. So technologically, we're catching up with it. You had the communicator.
right.
They were
Yeah.
flip phones.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Um, you know, uh, they had the captain's pad going on. We had tablets and iPads, and yeah, yeah, it was very influential. A lot of people have gone into science or aerospace because of it. Kind of like a lot
Right.
of people joined the military because of Top Gun.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because of Top Gun or because of 9/11, whatever,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they get inspired by certain things and
You're gonna get something. Hold on, I'll be right back.
okay, okay. All right. I'm gonna get a little something too while we're at it. So this is Chris. We got my friend Chris here. He is a writer, producer, I guess director too. Is he a director? I don't
I
know.
directed.
He's
I've been
directed,
producing,
yeah.
I've been
Directed, you
writing,
acted.
and I'm
Yeah.
starting to get into acting now too. Yeah,
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Which I think we can talk about this.
yeah, I think we can. I think we can talk about. There's one thing that I haven't been able to do much of, and that's sleep.
Oh yeah. Okay. What?
Speaking of Star Trek,
Oh my gosh. What are we looking at here?
the original series communicator, I had to get it. I had to get. But you know why?
Why?
It's got the sound effects.
Dude, that is awesome. Okay, let's turn it.
That's my nerd credit right there.
Turn it to the camera. Turn it to the camera. Open it. Oh wow. What? Wow. What is that spinny thing?
It's just a little motor on the inside that plays with a couple of like little pieces of paper or something. But Spaceballs.
Spaceballs. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Spaceballs. Okay.
Which, by the way, they're making a Spaceballs 2, which Mel Brooks at
Mel
the tender
Brooks, 99 years
at the
old.
tender age of 99 years old is
He's
making.
the man.
Wow. Yeah, he is the man.
He's
I
the man.
aspire to be like a Mel Brooks or Clint Eastwood.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Clint Eastwood is 94. He's directing a movie a year. He's directed a movie a year for the past, I think, 30 years or something like that.
Is he still directing? I don't know if he's officially.
Yeah, yeah. No, he just directed. He directed a new one, another one. Yeah. The thing is with Clint Eastwood, my biggest gripe with Eastwood's directing movies is the name of these movies are always terrible. The names are horrible. Oh, Cry Macho. He made Cry Macho,
Macho.
which is that's a terrible name for a movie. It was a good movie. I kind of forget what it was even about, but Juror Number 2 that came out 2024. That's a really good movie. Did you see that one?
No,
It's about a juror. Number 2.
Right around the pandemic. Okay, that's when we were coming out, and another part of my problem is I don't know what's out a lot in the theaters anymore because I cut my TV. I mean, I cut my cable. I don't know. I just have internet and streaming, so I don't see a lot of what's advertised anymore. And I'll look at an advertisement. It's like, what the hell is this playing at the theater? I've never heard of this before. So I'm sure I've missed quite a few of them like that. The last Eastwood movie that I know of that I saw, I never saw The Mule, but I did see Gran Torino. Now that's not a bad movie.
Oh, that's a good movie. Yeah, he's drinking PBR.
Or The Changeling.
I have not seen The Changeling. I've been meaning to see that one.
Gosh, that's good.
That's an older one, isn't it?
It's an older one with Angelina Jolie, and what made me sick about that movie was based on a true story.
Oh, really?
And
wow.
And the events that happened there were so heinous that town, which is still there, changed its name.
Did they changelings its name?
But no, that oh, it's not a movie to sit there and watch lately. When I first saw it, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" So you've been warned. You have to be in a movie to watch it.
Okay,
It's
it's
a
like
horrible
one of
movie. I'm
those.
not saying that the movie's bad. The movie's outstanding, but
It's
it
good,
has
but
to be
it takes a lot out of you maybe watching it.
It
Yeah.
does. It
Okay. Yeah.
does.
It's like Schindler's List, which is a fantastic movie, but you don't want to you don't want to just put it on a Saturday. Hey, what do you want to watch? Oh, well, how about Schindler's
Yeah.
List?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
That-
Schindler's List on his background noise while I vacuum.
yeah.
No.
No, yeah. Shawshank Redemption is one of those as
Mm.
well. I saw
Yeah.
that movie. Okay, as a filmmaker, and I don't know if you get this a lot, but people always recommend movies to me. Oh my God, you're a filmmaker. Have you seen this movie? Have you seen that movie? Da, da, da. And I for the longest time, I had Shawshank Redemption was recommended to me, and I'd never been in the mood to watch Shawshank Redemption. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
I'm not. It's like you kind of have to be in a certain mood to watch Schindler's List, right? You know what I mean? It's like to take on something so heavy, something so dramatic.
Or the
And
Passion of the Christ.
Passion of the Christ, exactly, 1000%. Yeah, that's a tough watch, but phenomenal movie, but tough watch. Yeah, so I'm like, hey, you want to watch Passion of the Christ? But I finally saw it, and I was on an airplane. Okay, whatever. I was on an airplane, but it was a pretty big screen. It was a decent sized screen, and I had headphones, and I got into it, and it's a phenomenal movie. It's a great movie. I mean, Morgan Freeman, can't go wrong. It is a really fantastic movie, and that was the perfect time. Me being on a 10-hour flight from England to America, it's a perfect time to watch Shawshank Redemption. So I like and those are those movies that Forrest Gump too. People tell me to watch it all the time, and I've seen bits, and I'm sorry guys, it's just not gonna happen unless you donate $10,000 to my Patreon. Go to patreon.com/Heyo Studios.
Part of the charm of that movie is there's a lot of gimmicks also in Forrest Gump, and I'll call them a gimmick too. Like when they post Tom Hanks in historical archives to integrate him with history, but it's just a darn good story. Gary Sinise, probably the best role I've seen him in, playing Lieutenant.
Wow, that's saying something. Gary Sinise is a great actor.
He's a darn good actor, and he plays a guy with no legs. A lot of good visual effects. It's a visual effect. Okay, to Robert Zemeckis' credit, Forrest Gump is a heavy visually effects heavy movie, but it comes off as a movie that has none. I mean, you could watch a VFX heavy movie and appreciate a VFX heavy movie as like a Star Wars. But when you have a movie that's a lighthearted comedy drama, melodrama, which is almost as heavy in visual effects as like a Star Wars movie, but it doesn't come off at it. There's a lot of charm. Robert Zemeckis is a doggone genius, especially. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to argue with that. You're absolutely right about that. Of course.
Now, I did not like Death Becomes Her. I think he should have taken more of a break, but taken some time off before he made Death Becomes Her. I do not think that was one of his better efforts. But
I haven't even heard of that one.
Yeah, Death Becomes Her. Isabella Rossellini was in it. Bruce Willis, Goldie Hawn. Yeah, it was about a death potion or something. They drink it to become more beautiful. As it turns out, they become zombies and they don't realize it. Not the best Robert Zemeckis movie, but he was on a roll. He made Forrest Gump. He made Roger Rabbit, and I think Roger Rabbit was brilliant because it was pulling off live action and tunes in a cinematic, with a good story. Then the Back to the Future ones, in which case,
of course, Back to the Future.
The first Back to the Future, Bob Gale, that was a brilliant movie. So many little things they pulled off, and even though I'm a big fan of the whole trilogy, the first one is the best. Even though I was an extra in part 3,
Wow, that is so just a minor flex, guys. This guy was an extra in Back to the Future Part 3, which was filmed in Northern California, the Western, right?
Yeah, they built Hill Valley in the Wild West, not too far from here. So I graduated high school, and
A
went out
couple
to the
years
cattle
ago.
call. Went out
Yeah.
to the cattle call, and a couple months later, I got the phone call, and all right, so 3 months of shooting out there in the middle of freaking June, July, and
So,
August.
so you were there for 3 months?
Mhm.
Wow, as an extra?
Yes.
Now that is an extra. That's like extra gold,
Um,
because like as a
yeah.
normally as an extra, you're there for a day, 2 days.
Well, this was a little bit different because it was a period piece. And so they had to have a core group of people for the townspeople for the, background atmosphere stuff.
Uh huh.
And
Okay.
so, what was way cool was meeting ZZ Top when they came out for a couple nights.
Oh my goodness me! Wow, wow, that
I even
is.
helped this really cute girl get their autograph. Didn't get me anywhere, but but oh well. But actually, I think I'm gonna show you a couple of things. I'll be right back.
Please do, guys. Chris was in Back to the Future Episode 3. Met
Yeah.
ZZ Top. Just a minor flex here.
Okay, so that was me back in
Bring it up
1980.
closer to the camera. Bring it up
I'll
closer.
try. I don't even know. I'm on my laptop right now. I'm not even sure where the camera is.
Here, I'm gonna switch you to bigger
Okay.
part. Okay, here we go. All right, Chris.
So yeah, that was me back, when I was younger and had hair.
Yeah.
that
Wow.
heavy-
You had a.
Well, that was also a hat, a very scratchy wool hat.
Oh, that's a
heavy
hat.
cotton
Okay, I'm like, oh,
clothing.
you got a bowl cut there. it looked
Yeah,
like, but-
it was the hottest clothing that you might want to wear at a Western in the middle of June, July, and August in 1989.
You know what's really interesting? I know you're in the costume shop because you see the tags. Everyone see those tags because they have to keep track of all those wardrobe outfits. They're all numbered and
they gave me this Polaroid for my costume fitting, which was pretty freaking cool. I didn't, a lot of the rules were different back in the day. Now this is taken on the set of Hill Valley by a visitor. They tracked me down a year later and gave me this photo. That's me.
They tracked you down?
Yes, there was a big not cast, but a big party that the Tuolumne County Film Commission threw when the movie came out the following summer. So they opened up Hill Valley to the public, and people went out there. And the person who took this photo found me and gave me this photo. This is a closed set, which means that they were also an important person if they were visiting the set. I, to this day, have no idea who they were, but they had a camera so they could take a picture of me looking at George Lucas.
Oh my gosh.
If you don't believe me,
I do believe you.
you, Chris.
Oh, no way. That's George Lucas's autograph?
It is indeed.
Oh my gosh, dude. I would have just dropped dead right there. Been like, hey, take me now. I'm here.
I asked him, hey, well, because back then I had more of an interest in special visual effects. Now I was a big fan of Industrial Light and Magic and all that kind of stuff. And I asked him, so how do I get a job out there? And he's like, oh, come on, kid, really? But he's a person. He'll tell you, now you can go to film schools all you want, but actually go out and get some life experience. And he was a hell of a nice guy, even on the movie set. And that day that he was visiting that set, you remember the Back to the Future 3, they were building the clock tower. And so we had extras on scaffolding up in this facade, pretending that they're building the clock tower. So we were filming a take. I don't remember which scene we were filming, but we were filming. And all of a sudden we start hearing a low roaring sound. It's like, what the hell is that? And all of a sudden a bunch of airplanes barnstormed over the top of the clock tower. Rumor has it that George Lucas paid a bunch of planes to barnstorm his set. And my first thought was, holy crap. it's like all of a sudden they were there. It kind of startled us up. Oh, imagine if some poor SOB fell off the scaffolding. This was
Oh, I
19.
know. Yeah, I know. There's these real
This was
consequences.
1989. Some guy could have easily fallen because I don't think they were strapped up there. They were just like, okay, get up there. And, they were pretending to work and, pretending to lay bricks. And all of a sudden, I was like, what the hell was that?
That is such a practical joke when you're a super rich filmmaker ranking your other super rich filmmakers. Like by that time, Zemeckis was ultra rich. I mean, the first two movies were huge.
Used cars almost killed him, but Romancing the Stone, I think, brought him back.
Right. Yeah. No, it did. I was conceived as CC Top. Was it Give Me All Your Lovin'?
Okay, the first night, they were there for 2 nights. The first night was just straight filming. And there's a scene in the movie where they spin their
They had to
do that take after take after take because the musical instruments just were not that well balanced.
Oh wow!
I don't think they balanced them quite enough in the prop department. And so they would like spin it, and they're like whoop, 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 and so they were having a hard time spinning the instruments. And then they were out there for a second night. They would be shooting reactions. You'd have Marty and Biff going back and forth, and they'd record tapes, the cast doing that and stuff like that. Then we would break for lunch, if you want to call lunch, at like 2 a.m, because this was all graveyard shooting for 2
Oh wow! So you were doing nighttime? Well,
yeah,
like 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. something like
that.
Yes,
yeah, okay. 2 weeks of night shooting.
Wow.
And it was a long ass day when you'd be looking down Hill Valley, Main Street, the Wild West town, and you're starting to see the orange glow of the sunrise. Like, oh, damn, I'm tired. But wow. The second night they were there, after lunch, they actually put on a concert for everyone. But it was not ZZ Top music. It was old folk songs like Old Man River and stuff like that. And extra would say, well, do you know this old song? And so they would sing it. And so it was a hell of a night. It was a very personal concert, if you want to call it, or singing by ZZ Top for all the cast and crew who was up on that stage in the middle of the Hill Valley Festival.
My jaw is like on the floor right now. Just I mean, this is like crazy. Was the cast? Was Michael J. Fox there? Was Biff there? Biff
was probably there. Michael J. was probably off in his trailer doing. No, I'm not going to say because but yeah. Anyhow.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I was one night and he had his personal assistant and they were standing in the middle of town square talking. And one of them reaching, putting something in the other person's pocket. It's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on.
Oh,
wow. It's the late 80s and
it's the 80s. Yeah.
And so who knows? So he was probably although it was crazy, his wife and son visited the set. Tracy Paulin and then ultimately Sam, and I just happened to be like right there because that's where they parked us, and so his wife just brought a chair out and was watching this film. I'm like, yeah, she's on Family Ties. Oh, that's his baby. And then of course he would come over in between takes and he would like stay away from like whatever.
Oh right. Yeah.
But it was all right. Who was I got Christopher Lloyd's autograph.
Nice. Oh, yes. Awesome. That is incredible. 1.21 gigawatts. Great Scott.
Actually, this one was a little bit different because I just got, here, you can't see it, the light. Okay. The movie Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, Christopher Lloyd played the Klingon captain. Well, that was his ship, and so I took this out to the set.
No way. So you had this Klingon Star Trek thing. You brought it.
Because there was a bunch of nerds. We were a bunch of nerds on set, and we.
Well, yeah, I guess all the extras are film nerds, right?
Well, some of them were, yeah. And so a lot of times you need to pass your time, it's like you're in one of the facades, and so a bunch of us would be in a tent out by the highway, or we'd be gathered in one room in case they needed us. And so we were all talking about everything, and there was a bunch of us who were Star Trek nerds. And I'm like, well, here, I got these Star Trek blueprints. I'm like,
I
"Wait a
got Star
minute."
Trek blueprints right here. I got it in my back pocket. I got the blueprints.
Yeah. And so there's a bunch of us nerds who was always talking about that stuff, and Star Trek fans. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I should have Christopher Lloyd say that, and he did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was he cool? He seems
was
like
very
he would be
cool.
really cool.
He was very cool. Yeah. He was way cool. Thomas F. Wilson, Biff, he was a hell of a nice guy.
Oh yeah, I've seen him. I've seen his stand up. He's really funny. He
is actually, and he was doing some of that stand up out on the set too. So, but yeah, heck, incredibly approachable guy. Just BSing with a large number of the cast. Like the guys who are playing his henchmen.
Oh yeah, those guys are great.
Yeah. A lot of those people were, Michael J. Fox. He was the big superstar, so he was scarce. But Christopher Lloyd was very approachable, nice guy. Yeah.
What about the woman on? What's that girl's name that is in it that plays his love interest?
Yeah. Who played Claire?
Claire. Yeah, Claire.
Clara. What? Mary Seymour.
Or Clara.
Beautiful woman in real life.
Oh,
She was attractive in the movie, but man, she was beautiful.
Wow.
Didn't talk to her or anything. Who was cute and she was a lot shorter was Leah Thompson.
Oh gosh, yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, everyone had a crush on Leah Thompson. I actually really love the first Jennifer. I love the first Jennifer.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, I had the biggest crush on that gal. She was gorgeous. And then it was weird. I was actually really interesting. I guess there was all these rumors of why she couldn't do the second one, but she was actually taking care of her mom. Her mom got cancer and she was taking care of her mom, which is really commendable. That is really, good for her.
That's a good enough reason, I guess.
Yeah. That's a damn good reason. But Leah Thompson, she's great too. She filled in well, but it's always interesting because like Jennifer to me is always going to be the first Jennifer.
Yeah.
Leah Thompson does. She does it.
Leah Thompson played Marty's mom.
Right.
You're probably thinking of what's her name from the Karate Kid?
Oh no. Yeah, I'm thinking of Claudia Wells. Claudia Wells was
the original,
the first Jennifer.
Yeah.
Then wait, wasn't Leah Thompson the second Jennifer? Or no, who was the second Jennifer?
What's her name? It's gonna kill us when we figure out the name, because when we're under the gun, we can't think of this stuff.
Right. I know. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Lorraine, who played? Oh, Elizabeth Shue. That's what I was. Elizabeth Shue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like her, but she didn't do it for me.
For Jennifer, she's not the same as the first Jennifer, but she is still great. She is still great. She's a great actress.
No problem with her, but not that role.
No, yeah, the original Jennifer was classic, but yeah, no, Leah Thompson playing the mom, yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, I got it confused, but that was so interesting is that because she played younger plus older too while she was young. Right. She was like in her 20s, I think. And that they all played it really well. Biff played older really well, younger really well. The way they did it, and then even Crispin Glover, who he played older really well and younger.
He stole the show, man.
Oh yeah. It's like, what if she says no? I don't think I could take that kind of rejection. And it's like, and he's like, I'm Darth Vader. He's like, I'm Darth Vader from the planet Pluto, whatever. Right? He's like, it is your density. It is your destiny.
He chewed up the scenery. He overplayed his role, but it was It worked.
It
was
worked. Is that we can
yeah.
relate. I can relate to George. There's a lot of George McFly in me, because
Mm,
you're always, especially with your art too. It's like, what if, especially if someone's reading your script, right? It's like, oh, what if they think it's no good? What if I don't think I could take that kind of rejection, right? And
yeah.
it's vulnerable having people read your work, and then of course, like, things turn around for the family, and he's a famous author, successful author, and they're like playing tennis, and he's
You
uh,
know, I want to say that Back to the Future is like the perfect movie. No, okay, it's not. It seems to me if he was really that successful, they wouldn't be living in that house anymore.
You're right. You're right. They wouldn't have been. Well, that house is in Pasadena. That's a real house. People
Oh
go to
yeah.
it all the time. It's in Pasadena. And well, that is what's funny, is that it's the same house, but it's a little bit upgraded. And,
Mhm.
they're not living at, the brother and sister aren't living at home anymore, or.
You know what seals that movie for me? It's a small detail, but what seals the deal for me for the first Back to the Future is in the beginning of the movie it's the Twin Pines Mall, and at the end of the movie it's the Lone
The
Pine Mall.
Lone Pine Mall. Yes. Yeah.
That's it right there.
Yes, all those details, all the
Yeah.
details that are in there, and you are right. I mean, I think it is a perfect movie. I'll say that it is. It's as perfect as a movie that you can ever expect
Mhm.
to watch. And yes, okay, we could talk about flaws, time travel, things that would actually really happen. Blah blah blah, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's a perfect movie, and I love part two as well. I mean, part two is
Yeah, I love
incredible.
part 2 for different
Oh my
reasons. But yeah.
oh my gosh, yeah, part 2. And what's really interesting, for the longest time, I always just kind of would say, "Oh yeah, I love part 1, I love part 2. Part 3, whatever. It's
I could
whatever."
get the criticism for part 3, but they went back to more of an emotional, slow down type thing, and.
Right. And as I've gotten older and watching the love story, as a kid, I thought the love story was schmaltzy and kind of
Mhm.
took away from the actual movie. But then when I watched it, as I'm older, and oh, okay, you know what? I actually really like this. And for Doc, and to find a love story, and
It's
it,
it's a it's a terrific arc.
it is, it really is. And when you think that they're going to go forward, they go further back, right?
Mhm.
They go to Wild West, and
Clint
it
Eastwood.
yeah, Eastwood. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Eastwood Ravine.
Eastwood. Yeah, he's Eastwood. Yeah, which is full circle with us talking about Clint Eastwood. But yeah, I mean, it is, it's actually an underrated movie. Back to the Future Part 3.
Yeah.
I think it's still a good movie. It's a great trilogy. And how cool is that? Wow, you spent 3 months
I
working on that movie.
and
Wow.
I got stories, going back there too. Like at the very end of the movie, I was there watching them film the final fight between Marty and Biff, and he takes the stove, you know, lid off and smacks him in the head with it. Yeah, I was there to watch all of that, and there's a scene after he beats up Buford. The sheriff comes riding in. Actually, the sheriff's deputy comes riding in because the sheriff was killed. Um, at one point, Christopher Lloyd turns around and he goes to kick after one of the bad guys. What you see in the final cut of the movie was actually a blooper.
Really?
What was in the final cut was actually a blooper. They filmed it several times, and every time he would turn around and spin and kick after him, and the horses would ride in and perfectly timed. They had it choreographed perfect, except on the one take, Lloyd turned around, kicked him, and accidentally tripped the actor. The actor landed on the ground, scrambled, and kept going. And they're like, "Oh crap, we have to hold back the horses." Okay, let him. It was completely, the whole thing was screwed up, but that's what made it in the final cut.
Wow, interesting. That's funny how that works.
Yeah,
It's that chaos, the unplanned chaos that happens, and it's
it
like,
was
you know
more
what?
genuine.
That's actually pretty funny. Like, why don't we keep that? That's too
Yeah,
good.
well,
You
it was
can't.
more genuine. You know,
Yeah, right. Totally. You can't
um,
plan that.
I was there the day that Michael J. Fox almost got killed.
What?
Yes,
Oh my
it made it
gosh.
into the news very, very briefly, but then it disappeared. Uh, what had happened was after Marty arrives in Hill Valley, the bad guys chase him, they lasso him, they drag him through town, and they string him up and they're hanging him from the clock tower. In real life, the knot slipped and it was starting to cut into him. Until finally, like, oh, this ain't right. And it shut down production for quite a while.
I have not heard that story.
You've never heard that. It
No.
made it out briefly. Someone on set blabbed to the local media, which means someone blew their NDA.
Oh, wow.
They blabbed it to the local media and then disappeared right after that.
Wow.
Now, I haven't Googled it, so I don't know. I don't
Folks
know.
at home, Google it. Folks at home, Google it.
Yeah, but I was there, and it was a legit accident. They shut down. I don't know how close they came to losing them, but I think the knot slipped. There was like, oh crap! They had themselves a legitimate oh crap moment, and it shut down production.
So what happened? So they brought him down, and then
They got us all off the set.
Wow. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Wow. And then how long did you say set was shut down?
I'd say they shut down shooting for probably for about an hour or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't like it was a bunch of days or whatever.
No.
But he had like marks on his neck, so he almost hung.
We didn't see him after a while, so it took a couple of hours, and I can't remember. We might have gone back to filming again 2 or 3 hours later, because those were some long ass days. Like that first day of shooting, when Marty first gets into Hill Valley, he's walking up Main Street, and there's a camera boom that reveals everything.
Mhm.
Shoot, man, we did that like 35 times, and then 2 or 3 days later, we did it like 10 or 15 more.
Are you serious? So, okay, for you as an extra, were they like, okay, you're walking from point A to point B. This is the town opening shot. Like, what were you doing in this shot?
In that particular shot, I was wearing that heavy hot, period costume, and all I did was run across the street, and then it was like, okay, well, why don't you run back across, because we need more people because it was such a long shot. But that's about it. Everyone was just, the ADs would be out there. Okay, you two walk from here over there. You walk from. That's about all we were doing. But it's like, all right, back to one. Go back and do it again. Go back, do it again. And then a few days later, when they had us do it again, I was like, are you kidding me? Really? Is this why movies cost so darn much? But what was cool about that, we take the technology for granted, but back then it was a new thing where they were putting video cameras in the eyepiece of the movie camera, of the movie lens.
Hmm.
So they were able to get live playback. They had their little tents set up. They had their monitor set up, because even though
Video Village.
Yeah. And so they'd let me, as long as I was at a good distance, but I'd be sitting there watching, and they had their monitors set up, their black and white monitors, because they had a little camera in the.
Oh, it's black and white. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
So that was a new technology. That was new, and then of course I nerded out when ILM was on the set. I would meet, a few people, and I wanted they had the coolest jackets.
Oh, I bet. Were they all like Marty McFly jackets? Like
They
red?
looked like Marty McFly jackets. They were just a big black, heavy jacket, and on the back they had their old logo. It was a cog with a magician and the light bulb. It was such a cool jacket. I was trying to get a jacket from them. Like, sorry, we don't have any extras for you. I'm like, damn it.
You know what's interesting? So my brother wrote a letter. He was so inspired by the movie, by Back to the Future 2, the hoverboard.
Yeah.
He wrote a letter to Steven Spielberg in Universal, and he said, hey, I'm really interested. I'm Francis. I think he was 12 years old or something like that at the time. And he said, hey, how did you guys do that? That is so cool. That was such a cool effect. How did you guys do it? They actually sent him a letter back. Universal sent him a whole packet of behind the scenes photos of how they did the
That's cool.
it's so cool. It's like one of the coolest things ever. I was like, what? You wrote a letter and they wrote back and they sent you all this behind the scenes stuff. I don't know if he still has it or what. We have to try to find it, but it was really cool. Like my mom had it and they're like, yeah, we wrote back and they're like, yeah, thank you so much for your interest. This is how we do this movie. And
That's cool that they had something like that. You know, I remember one time writing a letter to Industrial Light and Magic, and they wrote back, but it was flyers. These are the movies that we've done, blah blah blah. But it wasn't quite as in depth as what Universal did with him. Photos and stuff like that. That is cool.
yeah, it was really cool. I was like, what? That is awesome. And that's the thing, like with as a movie company, I definitely want to do stuff like that where if people are interested, give the fans what they want. The better you treat the fans, the better they're going to treat you. They're going to be.
Wait, what? You mean you don't go to war with fans?
Right. I know. I don't try to kill off my main Luke Skywalker. Oh, sorry.
Jake Skywalker.
Yeah, Jake Skyjacker. Yeah.
You know how I've come to peace with all that?
How?
I realized
Heavy drinking? That's me.
Well, no. I realized that Disney Star Wars is actually a reboot. They threw out the old canon. They disregarded all the original comics. That's called Legends now. That's old canon. They're rewriting a new canon, which makes me realize that Disney Star Wars is actually a reboot, and these are not the original Han, Luke, and Leia and Lando. They're Disney versions. They're not the same ones. They're kind of like, almost like, you remember the Battlestar Galactica reboot? They had the same characters, but they were different.
Right. Not particularly, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So these are just different versions of those old characters who happen to be played by the same actors. So they're inferior versions of the character, but they're not. It's like, well, when you think of it that way, then they really didn't ruin Luke Skywalker because it's not the same Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, but what's really interesting is that I kind of take the 6 movies. Those are the 6 movies, the prequels, 1 through 6. Those are the canon movies. And if you look at those, hey, it's a great freaking septology or sixtology, whatever it is. It's a 6 movie series, and it's actually pretty great if you look at it. And even Star Wars Episode 2, which probably gets the most flack.
I like that one. That of the trilogy of the first 3 of the prequels, Episode 2 is my favorite.
Interesting. That's very interesting. A lot of people say that that's their least favorite, or everyone always says Star Wars Episode 1 is their least favorite.
The Phantom Menace, and
then they're always like, okay, Episode 3 is the best one, right? But I like 2 too. I like 2 as well. The clone. I love the clone side plot. The crazy storm planet, Obi-Wan's side quests.
Yeah, exactly. The speeder chase through the city and skies of Coruscant.
Oh yeah, the opening too. The opening scene was amazing. The chase scene there. I love Coruscant. Yeah, Coruscant.
My problem with Episode 3 was the pacing. I thought the movie had some pretty uneven and unequal pacing, and that was my problem with Episode 3. But otherwise, Episode 2 is my favorite of the prequels.
Do you feel like Episode 3? Do you feel like Darth Vader? How he turned. A lot of people say, "Oh, he turned too quickly," right? Like he kind of all of a sudden he's just like, "Oh, now I'm gonna kill all these children and become Darth Vader."
That is. I mean, it's a valid point. How do you go from being such a good guy to such a bad guy willing to kill kids? That's a good point. Yeah. Now, okay, granted, maybe you're being influenced by the dark side. Maybe it overtakes you. But I get the criticism. So, or I get the criticism, but to me, it was mostly pacing. It was mostly pacing. I thought the pacing, especially there towards the end, you got the different duels, da, 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 and then they go to something else.
All right. Oh yeah.
And then they'd go back and do it, and then there's something else. It was like, oh, just run with it for crying out loud. You know?
Yeah. Well, like the Duel of the Fates at the end of 3, that is pretty epic. I mean, I thought
It is.
that is
Yeah,
epic.
but
The
the
lava
fight
and the craziness and
Yeah, you got that one, or you got the fight between Yoda and the Emperor.
Oh,
Was a
right.
good fight too.
Oh yeah.
But they would cut back and forth. They would kill the pacing of both of them.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so you would rather the one scene play out,
Yeah,
and then have another scene play out versus try to
because
intercut.
When you get into it, they would cut. It's like, oh,
Right. Well, it is kind of it is interesting because they're trying to show all these simultaneous things are happening,
Right.
and everything. But going back to episode 2, we see Yoda for the first time with a lightsaber, which is crazy. You see him like
not just a lightsaber. He pulls it up and zoop. It's like,
I know.
it went a little crazy though when he's like spinning around and bouncing off like.
Oh, it was nuts. I mean, I remember there were like Burger King ads, and they're like, Yoda the man, you know, like get the Burger King Happy Meal or whatever. You
Remember
know,
the movie
or whatever.
Flubber?
Yes, Robin Williams.
Yeah, where that crazy ball of goo was bouncing all over the place like Yoda was in episode 2. And actually, they filmed Flubber, or at least parts of it, in Stockton at UOP.
No way. Did they really?
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
UOP, University of the Pacific,
Uh-huh.
featured heavily in Flubber. It also stood in for one of the universities in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, maybe even Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I think, too. Yeah, it's...
Oh, is that UOP where they use they have?
I think
Wow.
that one was UOP also. I think so, but for sure UOP was in the first movie, and UOP has been in quite a few movies. There was a Dennis Quaid movie. I think it was called Dreamscape, where he
Okay.
could go into people's dreams.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
It's an older, cheesier 80s movie, but
There's a Nicolas Cage movie where he shows up in people's dreams. Everyone has nightmares, and it's all Nicolas Cage. And
no, I didn't see that one.
Oh, that's a really good one. That's a really
But yeah,
interesting
Dreamscape, that was filmed at UOP. There's been quite a
Wow.
bit. Well, the movie Cool Hand Luke was filmed all around Stockton and Lodi.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
I've been
interesting.
to a lot of the locations, but yeah.
Well, what we have here is a failure
Oh,
to communicate. Like that.
or the egg eating scene. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
all those hard boiled eggs.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, you never want to eat a hard-boiled egg again in your life. Like
Yeah.
in college, dude, I ate a lot of ate a lot of eggs. I had a 12-egg omelet. I used to have a
Oh.
really big appetite. So
Oh,
I had a 12-egg omelet. Like this is what I would eat. You know, this is college lifestyle. You know, I would make a 12-egg omelet, put some, I don't know, put some meat in there or whatever. But,
I could eat more than 2 egg omelet. Dear Lord.
but dude, it's tough. Like now, my appetite's way lower. But yeah, it's hard for me to eat any type of omelet, even if there's a bunch of different sauces and mushrooms and because it's like you get sick of it by eating too much. But anyway, Cool Hand Luke when you're eating all those eggs. But another movie phenomenon is John Travolta. That was filmed in Auburn,
Really?
California.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that was filmed in Auburn, and that's famously there's a lot of there's the he's in that tiny town, and it's all Auburn. And when you look at it, when
No
you relook
kidding.
at it, like, oh wow, yeah, it's Auburn.
All
No,
right.
yeah. So that's a famous.
I don't get over there because of where I live, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool. There's a lot of actual films that are filmed in NorCal that people don't even realize. Actually, Top Gun Maverick was filmed in Tahoe.
Yep.
And that is really cool. That
We
the
better be
base.
filming there.
Yeah, and that's right. Which we can actually talk about our own movies, which is the whole reason why I made this actual show is to just promote our own
No, we
movies.
was sidetracked. Like
Yeah,
No.
just a little bit. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, hey, Star Wars, Star Trek, Bigfoot. speaking of Bigfoot, which we weren't speaking about it, but now we are. Bigfoot's Ghost 2.
Sydney Sweeney, but go ahead.
Yeah. Sydney Sweeney, Bigfoot, Star Trek, Captain Kirk, Back to the Future episode 3. Okay. So we are filming Bigfoot's Ghost 2 next week in North Lake Tahoe, guys. This is awesome. Bigfoot's Ghost 2, Yeti or not, you guys heard it here first. You are the two people that are here right now heard it here first, and we will make a short about this. But yes, we are making a sequel to our first movie, which is Bigfoot's Ghost, which you can see on our YouTube channel right now. And it's a fun one. We are going to the snow, guys. So we've got a Yeti costume. Maybe not. Maybe the Yeti's there. Maybe we're going to find a Yeti. Maybe not. Maybe Bigfoot is the Yeti. I don't know. But
no, Yetis and Sasquatches are supposed to be different breeds, although
right, they are. So are they going to go against each other? Are they going to fight each other? These are all great questions.
Well, in the next movie, you got to bring in a chupacabra.
Well, okay, that's got to be the third one. The third one's got to be Chupacabra. Actually, dude, no joke. Part of the reason why I knew filmmaking was possible, a friend of mine from my church, the lady who is the drama instructor, she's amazing. Roberta Mom, she's an amazing singer, and she was the drama instructor. And her husband, Jonathan, or Daniel Mum, Jonathan, Mr. Mum. He's Mr. Mum. Anyway. He worked for Channel 10 News, but he made a movie called Bloodthirst, Revenge of the Chupacabra.
I've heard about that.
Exactly, and you've heard of it. And not only that, this is what inspired me, because I actually went to Blockbuster Video, Hollywood Video, and I saw this movie, tangible, physical, in my hands. This person that I know made this movie, and I'm holding it in my hands at Blockbuster.
Now, and you're absolutely right. I mean, okay, Blockbuster, that's a little bit different because that means it got distribution. My father-in-law, God rest his soul, him and his friends over the period of a couple of years put together their own movie. It was a Western that they filmed all around Calaveras and Tuolumne County and Amador County. Movie called Living by the Gun. No, obviously not.
That's a good title. That's a good Living by the Gun. That's a good title.
It's actually a pretty good story too. We're not talking about professional actors, but they did it. Yeah. And people don't realize, especially now, especially with this, which they touted being able to pray. You can record a video with this and project it onto an IMAX screen.
Yes.
That is how possible it is. And imagine being able, back in the days of Blockbuster, this is where we're at now. But now we're talking about losing movie theaters when we should be able to make in crap tons of content.
Yeah, okay. This is the deal. We're not losing movie theaters. Movie theaters aren't going to go away. Okay, they're not going to go away. But
I'm worried about if Netflix finishes their acquisition with Warner Brothers. There's a big threat that we could lose theaters. It's a credible threat.
No, that is a credible threat, and you're absolutely right. And the thing is, with that deal, Netflix is going to be like, oh, well, we're going to make it so it's in theaters, and then 5 minutes later, it's on streaming, and it's like...
that streaming practice is what's killing movies right now.
That's the problem. And because, I'm guilty of it. I love movies more than most people, and, like, you're probably the same way. Like, you love movies more than most general population. But I will be like, well, it's going to be streaming on Netflix in 2 weeks? Okay, I'll just wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, I don't, because then they're charging like $20 or $30 to watch it, and I'm like, I'm too much of a cheapskate to do that. But the point is,
no, I mean, like, if it's going on straight to Netflix, and if I'm already paying for Netflix, I have a Netflix subscription and it's free to watch. I'm gonna wait 2 weeks. I'm going to. I'm sorry, right. I'm gonna wait. It's only 2 weeks. Okay, I can wait 2 weeks to watch this.
The old model was better for the industry. When it was out of the theaters, you would wait 6 months to a year for it to show up on DVD.
Right. And then it would come out, and then there would be another big thing. Like when it came out, oh my gosh, it's out finally. And it was an event. And that is a whole thing with movies is it's a cultural thing too.
Yes.
Like the cultural, like you go to a theater, and when people are all into the movie at the same time, there is nothing like it. Right. There's nothing like watching a movie.
As Quentin Tarantino said, it's the culture of the common man.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, we're always watching TV. It was a special occasion if we went out and got to see a movie.
Right.
And then after home video, oh, okay, Friday, let's go down to the video store and we'll pick out our rentals for the weekend.
Yeah.
It is a part of our culture.
Right. Yeah. And I worked at a video store. I worked at Hollywood Video, and I would get three free rentals, and we would get them in advance. Like the Tuesday they came out. We get them before they came out on DVD. So I got to watch I got to watch the screeners before they're actually official. That was so cool. And it's hard to describe that to other people. Like, well, oh, is that not on streaming now? Like, isn't everything on?
The screeners that you got there when you're working at, was it Blockbuster or Hollywood?
Hollywood Video.
Oh, okay. So you would also walk over to the GameStop too. Okay, so the screeners that you guys would get, did it have like the time code? Did you have like
no, we didn't have no. It would actually be the movie. It would just be we were just because we get the shipments early, but like we would get it on a Friday or Saturday, I think, something like that. And then they would release on a Tuesday. All these new movies. Remember that they'd release on Tuesday for whatever reason.
Tuesdays, yeah.
Yeah, Tuesdays. Yeah, right. So, but we would get them like 3 days in advance. So, they were the actual movies, but it was just early.
When I was a kid, I worked for a brief period of time in a video store, and the studios would send out the screeners to try to entice the video store owners to get these movies.
Oh, interesting.
And these screeners, though, they would have annoying things in them, like time code and this and that. So
like a watermark or something, or like
yeah. At least the ones that I saw. But they would send out these screeners saying, "We got this movie. We're gonna let you watch it, and you'll see how good of a movie it is, so that you can order it from our distribution and stock it in your store." Now ours wasn't a Hollywood or Blockbuster. It was just a small independent, Joe Blow video.
Wow, so you're like a mom and pop video store. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gone are those days, man.
Gone are those days. Yes. Right. The naughty room, you had a curtain you could sneak in and whatever. But yeah, that was an entirely different deal.
You're like, those are the days when I can go in the naughty room behind the curtain.
Well, okay. The 80s were a magical time, let me tell you. In the summertime during school break, we would drive over to the theater in the other town, and the theaters, it was the high school kids who were working there. So of course they would let you see R-rated movies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, right. They don't care. Yeah.
Then they did. So it's very different story now. But yeah.
Well, even still though, there's people like, oh, I look like I'm 17, so they don't card me. I don't know.
They didn't care.
And you could also always sneak into a movie. People they're not watching you like a hawk really at a movie theater. They really aren't. I mean,
well, so in the evenings though, when they actually had the adults work, and they would actually. No, I'm not going to say you get a ticket to that. So if you wanted to go see a movie to RoboCop or Lost Boys or Porky's or one of those, you went during the day when the high schools or the college kids were working behind the counter.
Oh, there you go. Okay, and then you just go right in. They don't care.
Pretty well. You had to pay.
Oh yeah, you pay. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, this is how you sneak into a movie. I mean, if you want to sneak into a movie, you just buy whatever. G-rated movie. Yeah,
people theater hopped.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I may or may not have done that many times in my life.
I thought theater hopping was kind of a dick move because the theaters that we had out there were again independent, mom and pop type thing.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a dick move. Yeah, if it's a mom and pop. Yeah, you're a dick, dude.
Yeah. So I always paid. I knew people who theater hopped. I just couldn't. I was too honest for that. I remember stealing a toy one time from a store, and I felt so bad I took it back. But
wow, good job.
But
Wow,
so
what toy
that-
did you steal? What was it?
it was a little Mr. Hazard, little penny racer generally.
Wow, and you brought it back, and you're like,
I
"Oh,
brought
I'm
it back
sorry.
to the
I'm
people.
sorry. I didn't mean to steal this.
I
I brought
didn't
it back."
tell them.
Oh, you didn't tell him. You just brought it back.
I just went back to where I stole it from and put it back on the shelf.
Oh, there you go. Oh, nice.
Yes, I'm not-
Oh, you didn't
Yeah,
tell.
that's
Okay,
what
you
I
didn't.
said.
Okay, good. You're like, yeah, I stole it, but I brought it back. Don't worry.
I
don't
did.
worry.
I brought it back. It was a cool little General Lee, but it was stolen. So, and I did not take it out of the package. It was already out of the package.
Well, that is a tough thing though, because a lot of times, I don't know, I might be outing myself a bit, but there were times you're growing up when I went with my mom and we'd be like, "Oh, do you want to go see another movie?" And we would just walk into another theater and watch another movie.
A lot of
And-
people, it's the same thing as when you walk into the store eating the grapes in your basket, and then you get up and you're only paying for the grapes that you have left.
That's never happened to me personally.
Never happened
But
to you.
yeah, story of my life, eating grapes, But yeah, I mean, well, it is a tough thing because piracy is a real thing. Okay.
It is.
So going to piracy, I was a victim of piracy. Maybe it's all the karma of me going to these double features my whole life. My first movie, Rideshare, was the producer the next day that it was released. So back when it came out, 2016, the filmmaker route was to put it on Vimeo, sell it for rental or pay, right? You have a paywall and you tell people to, buy it or rent it. The problem with that is that if you have a paywall, people are more inclined to pirate it. So the next day, Rideshare had Arabic subtitles. I'm not even, it had, I was actually impressed. I was impressed. It had Arabic subtitles to the movie. And my producer sent me this like, "Hey, look at this link." And I'm not going to say what the website was, but it was #2 trending next to Jumanji starring The Rock. It was #2 trending on this site. #2.
Oh my gosh.
Is that
That's quite a compliment, really.
It is a compliment, people are like, "Oh, that's so cool." It's kind of like punk rock. It's like, but at the same time, dude, I'm not getting paid a dime for any of these.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? So it's like
Well, that happened to some other local filmmakers too. One of their movies they discovered one day was very successful in Japan. I think it was. They never saw it die. They didn't know it was happening. They didn't know it was dubbed. But
right, exactly. Like I make a joke like, "Oh yeah, maybe I'll be popular in Guam one day, or someone will pirate it and it'll get popular." But what I learned from that, though, that was a very valuable lesson because I'm like, you know what? First off, it was right around the same time there was the latest Transformers movie, right? And that went straight to Prime. So stream free on Prime Video, Transformers movie. And I'm like, is my movie as big as a Transformers movie? Obvious answer, no. No. So why should I expect anyone to pay for my movie when they don't even have to pay for this big, huge blockbuster movie? So the point is to have it free for streaming, because then I get licensed. We get royalties from the streaming. Yeah, it's way less than someone buying it. It's astronomically less. But at the same time, if it's a legit way, like when it comes to piracy, if it's really easy to watch it the legit way, people will just watch it the legit way. So that's kind of, so instead of going Vimeo where you had to jump through all these hoops, you had to download this app, and it was this, you had to text verification code, and I had to walk people through how to stream it just to get it to their. It was too much, You can't have all these complicated steps for people. And like, hey, if you have a movie, if it gets a shit ton of views, you will get royalties from that movie, right? So that's kind of where I'm at right now, where it's like, hey, I'll sell tickets if we're gonna sell tickets at a premiere. I will sell tickets. But at the same time, like I'll have it free to stream on Prime, where else, you still make royalties, right? So, and that's a win-win for a filmmaker, because you want the audience to still have a easy access to your movie. You don't want to put up barriers to your movie, especially if you're just starting out. If you're like me, right? If you're just starting out, you made a couple movies. You don't want to have all these hoops, because you can't expect someone to buy your movie for $20 when they don't even know who the hell you are, right? So, but they're more likely, hey, you see a hot chick on a poster, it's a thriller. I like those types of movies. I'll give it a stream, right? And hey, we have 513,000 views on Simp. So half a million people have watched Simp, which is crazy thinking about.
Yeah.
Right. And that's just on YouTube, Tubi TV and Amazon Prime. There's a lot more. So,
You get any kind of royalties from, like, say, Tubi?
Yes. Tubi's the best.
Really?
Yes. Tubi's the best by far.
Yeah. I mean, Tubi did something really good when Fox sold to Disney. Who was that? Murdoch or whoever took all that money and they created Tubi. It was already existing, and they have all the crap ton of cheap movies on there. But there's no subscription. If you want to deal with some commercials, and you can watch just about anything on Tubi.
Dude, totally. And that's what I'm saying. Tubi is awesome because it's best of both worlds. It's best for audience and it's best for filmmakers. It's like YouTube where there's ads on it, right? So you get paid, but the ads aren't really intrusive. So, you get a couple ads when you're watching a movie. It's not too bad, right? It's not like cable. It's not worse than cable or TV if you're watching a movie. You know what I mean? And you get a couple ads and then you get a break, and it's a win-win, I think.
I got to be straight with you, though. I cannot comprehend watching a movie on YouTube.
Really?
I watch movies on TV. YouTube is on my phone or my laptop. I don't watch movies or TV shows on my phone or laptop. I watch them on my TV. There's like a disconnect there. So I'm glad that you have success on YouTube for your film, but I'm too old school. But when it comes to YouTube, I prefer the short form talking head videos or whatever that people put on YouTube, and then entertainment goes to my TV.
Do you have a smart TV?
I do, and I can pull up YouTube on my smart TV, but it's bad enough when I have to use the remote and use the arrow keys on the apps I have now. If they had a keyboard for the TV, that might be a different story.
I think you need a keyboard for your remote. That is the thing. My folks have the same thing where it's like you're clicking this. It becomes really frustrating, and you don't want to do it.
Or I can go to my laptop and queue up a playlist to play back on a streaming channel later, and simply go to my favorites list. Point is, all that stuff is on my TV.
Right. Well, YouTube actually is really great, even for filmmakers, because it's 4K. So you get Simp in 4K on YouTube. And these other apps like Tubi, I think they down-res everything to like 720p.
Well, a lot of that is regulated by your internet speed.
Yeah, but these apps, they kind of tend to down-res, and actually some other apps they don't have the 4K version, where on YouTube I have the 4K version. The 4K version is on YouTube. It's honestly the best way to watch it. I mean, it really is. Although it is censored for one certain scene.
Well,
for YouTube, it had to be, right. But yeah, it is an interesting thing where it is almost like, I don't know. I guess it's punk rock to put it on YouTube. I'll never forget. I talked to one of the higher up people on YouTube, and he wanted to make movies himself, and they're like, "Oh yeah, so you're making a movie." This is when I was making Ratchet. I was like, "Oh, so what's your plan? What's your plan? Where do you want to put your movie?" And I'm like, I think I'll put it up on YouTube. And I'll never forget what he said to me after that. I'll never forget what he said to me. He goes, "Why?" And I'm just like, it's YouTube. I mean, it's YouTube, but he's like, yeah, but you're not going to get, I mean, he's right. The type of returns you get on YouTube is not the same as any other streaming platform. And obviously it's not nowhere near selling tickets or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it is, you get people to watch your movie, and there is a certain currency to that, right? So if I can say, oh yeah, my movie has 500,000 views, you know, I mean, there is a certain currency to that, right? So I could say, hey, advertisers, do you want 500,000 views on your product? We can put your product in my new movie if we have, you know what I mean, and stuff like that, where maybe it isn't like the direct translation, because 513,000 ticket sales, I'd be a multi-millionaire. I mean, you know, $5 million, 10, you know, let's say $10 a ticket sale, you know, $5 million, right? And obviously YouTube is nowhere even close to that. But I guess, I don't know where I'm going with that, but I think as a filmmaker, you want your movies to be able to be watched. And
well, okay, YouTube gives access. And I'm probably not the average person when I say all my TV movies are on TV only and only short form, because YouTube is trying to be more of an entertainment type. They're trying to bring more Hollywood. But it's funny you should mention about YouTube and censorship. I was watching some YouTube video the other night and I fell asleep. I woke up to Starship Troopers, probably one of the most R-rated movies. I'm like, how? What? This is on YouTube? Really? I'm like, what the? I don't know how those scenes played out. I slept through them.
Yeah. Well, that actually is a good point, because YouTube is interesting because they always change the rules, right? First Simp was monetized, right? So I'm monetized on YouTube. I have 6,000 subscribers. Okay. I have enough watch time, blah, blah, blah. I'm monetized on YouTube. But Simp was monetized, right? Initially. And I edited out that certain scene, the fake nipple.
Yeah.
So I blurred it out. So it, you know, I didn't want to get demonetized. But there's certain choice words in the movie that the characters say that I was kind of iffy about. I kept those in. I didn't bleep them. And I was monetized. I was fine. I was great. But then after about 2 months, it got demonetized. And it said, oh, you actually, because of these choice words in your movie, it's...
Really?
Yeah. You know.
You can watch just about anybody's YouTube video and hear that kind of language.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, and then after a while, YouTube rechanged their language. It got a shit ton of views, and then it got remonetized. So unfortunately, when I was getting when it was really going off, those views weren't monetized, which is really frustrating, right? And then they remonetized me because I appealed it and I sent them a thing, and then they sent, but it was weird because they denied me. They're like, yeah, no, you have a turgid nipple in the poster. I don't know. They say turgid is a new word.
I never heard that.
Yeah, which means like sticking out, I guess. I don't know.
Turgid? I thought that was something you poured in your laundry.
Exactly. Yeah. So they're like, oh yeah, you have it. You know, you've got this XYZ, and then I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to be monetized, but it's getting a ton of views. And then they were just like, oh, it was just all of a sudden, magically, it was just monetized again.
Okay, so long story short, if you want to put a movie on YouTube, you make a PG movie. Or at least you have a PG cut, something that they are not going to play the monetization game. So you put that there first and foremost. That way you're not going to lose out on any days when you're fighting for remonetization.
Exactly. Yeah. And I actually, moving forward, I mean, I'll probably just go towards PG-13 from now on, because I mean, you can do a lot with PG-13 and not have to go with R, and you know, you could stay in the same sandbox.
Or you play to the strengths of different streamers. You go PG, and then if anyone wants a little bit more adult version, then they can go to Tubi or something.
Right. Yeah. And then
play that game. It's like the director's cut. It's like, okay, I got the director's cut. Well, I see the director's cut somewhere else now. So,
well, it is that is interesting too, because you can play that, but at the same time, it's kind of like it becomes, I don't know, too much. Like there's like Animal House. There's the double secret probation edition. You know, it's like because in the movie they're like he gets double secret probation. He's on probation, but you're gonna get kicked out. Well, you can't actually kick him out. Well, he's got double secret probation. Right. So you can do that. That is a sales tactic, I think. And
yeah, it's one that I would play personally.
yeah, no, yeah, you're right. But a lot of people would also say, well, now you're going to censor yourself, or now you're going to limit it. I don't know. It's interesting. I mean,
As a creative, I'd rather censor myself than have someone censor me.
right? Yeah,
I'll know what to censor, and I'll know how I want it censored. I would not want them to censor me for me. So therefore, I'd be willing to play that. I would be willing to play ball that way because I'd be the one who's in control.
well, exactly. Yeah, and that's good. So yeah, you say, hey, PG-13 is on YouTube, and then R-rated is on Tubi. That's pretty much what I did with Simp. There's only one. There's only really one shot that's different.
No, I know that, but that's where you got to start playing some of those games. Therefore, I mean, they did it back on DVD. You'd get the regular version. You had the director's cut. Like, ooh, that's where all the good stuff was. It was only like a minute and a half worth of stuff, and there was no boobs or anything. But it was a good marketing ploy that worked.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Movies, then like the one that comes to mind is that Will Smith one.
Hancock.
No, it was the End of the World one, the remake of the Charlton Heston one.
The zombie one.
Yeah.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Why can't we think of
Why can't we think of these movies? And it's not End of Days. It's not End of Days.
Yeah, but
it's something similar.
End of Days was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was. I know what you're talking. And again, I'm gonna say it, and we're both gonna be like,
it's like the Last Man on Earth type thing.
But, yes, Last Man on Earth. I think that is what it is.
But they had two different versions in the movie. It's like
right.
And so
After Earth. No, not After Earth. After Earth is something different.
Yeah, that was something I couldn't watch because it was so boring.
Yeah, that was.
It had promise, but I couldn't get into it.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't. It was not good.
I had a director's cut, but it's like, so they made all sorts of movies they made all sorts of money by having different versions of the same movie on the shelves and charging a couple extra bucks because they knew suckers like me would go for it. And they did.
Well, then they also say like, alternate ending, right? Alternate ending. But that's what's tough for a filmmaker. I mean, I think you have to make a decision on the ending, right? Because it's too, it becomes a choose your own adventure. Like, okay, do you want a happy ending or do you want a sad ending or do you, it's like just choose just choose an ending for if you're the director, choose the damn ending, and then. And then just go with it, right?
Yeah, but those are monetary based decisions, and as creatives, we got to think about money.
Absolutely, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, but
by the way, I am legend. I am legend.
Yes,
which is not the greatest title for a movie, which is why we couldn't.
Not really, but it was a remake of the Charlton Heston one, and I think that was the same name, wasn't it?
Probably
the Omega Man. I don't remember now.
Oh, I think it was Omega Man.
Yeah. But I Am Legend. Yeah, that's a good title. But the one version I definitely liked. I can't remember which one. There was one version where he had a grenade and he threw himself over a counter and blew up the zombies. I hated that version. I like the other version better. But you mentioned Hancock. I won't call myself a staunch defender of Hancock, but I think I like that movie more than a lot of other people do.
Well, I thought you were going to say you like it a lot more than One Battle After Another.
Oh, for sure. I like it. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Yeah. I stubbed my toe and I enjoyed it more than One Battle After Another.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got a hair in my eye and that was more enjoyable.
Most people keep Unisom in their medicine cabinet for insomnia. There's also One Battle After Another.
I could see that as a infomercial. It's like, are you tired? Can you not sleep? You can't sleep at night? Try one battle after another. You know,
No,
they're
you know,
cute.
you can feel yourself going Homer Simpson when he's got you're starting to drool. Okay, okay. There's a lot of people who might legit like that movie. Unfortunately, I'm just not one of them, and I do not see what they'd see in it.
Well, and that's the thing is that normally, if there's a movie that I don't like, I can at least see why other people like it, right? I can see
Yeah,
why other people like it. You
okay,
know,
I'll give it. It has good performances and it has good cinematography. I'll give it that much.
right? Yeah, but a
But
movie's a lot more than cinematography, and
correct,
yeah.
correct. And again, I'll stand behind. You know, the ending was purely contrived. The ending was almost an. A lot of people liked it because of the rolling hills and it sucked you in. There's a lot that happened, but I'm thinking about the plot points behind it, and they just didn't. The math didn't math up, man. You know.
Well, I think because something actually happened at the end, right? Is that what it was? Because I feel like nothing was happening the first 2.5 hours, or I made it 2 hours 15 minutes, and I walked out.
Well, how do
And
you have a climax to something that didn't happen?
you're right. That's my question.
And
That's
the climax was just as much of a nothing happening as the whole rest of the movie was.
okay. I don't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
except I mean, yeah, I mean, there was a climax, there was an end, but it was so contrived. They got there. It's like I am going to get this car there, whether there's a road or not. You know, they had to have these things happen, even though in my mind it didn't make sense for them to happen. It wasn't organic. They just made it happen.
this is one of those things, and mark my words, because in 10 years, this movie won't age well. It's just won't. In 10 years, we're not going to be talking about this movie.
No, I
And
don't.
if we do, it's like, oh yeah, oh, talk about one overrated movie after another. It's like those movies that win awards and then no one talks about them 10 years later. I mean, there's like Crash, for example. I'm just thinking about Crash, right? That won all these Academy Awards when it came out. Everyone talked about how great it was. Is anyone talking about it right now other than me and you right now? You
Yeah.
know?
And wasn't there a couple movies called Crash?
Probably,
Yeah.
probably. But there was one. I think it came out 2005 ish, 2004, 2005, or 2003, 4, 5, and it won all these Academy Awards. It was like
Yeah.
it was like
It
you
was
know.
Steven Soderbergh, wasn't it?
It might have been.
Yeah.
It might have been. It was kind of like one of those movies where there's a ton of different actors and
You know,
2000, yeah, 2004. Yeah, 2004. And people were like, "Oh my gosh, Crash is amazing." And then like I watched it, I'm like, "Okay, this is
that's like the
Paul
movie.
Haggis. Paul Haggis.
Oh, okay, that's like the movie Black Swan for me. Everyone oohed and awed over Black Swan, and I couldn't. It's like Natalie Portman. Come on, you gave it. Everyone says that she's such an amazing actress. I don't see it.
See, I like Black Swan a lot. I love Black
Really?
Swan. Yeah, I
The
really like Black
movie
Swan.
I don't know. Maybe I should sit down and watch it again. But the whole movie almost gave me a headache, to be honest with you. Natalie Portman's performance was, I thought, just awful. I think there's a couple things about it I didn't get. The only thing that was really worth watching was Mila Kunis, and at that, she wasn't that much there.
Right. Well,
I
Mila
just
Mila Kunis was. It's like you believe Natalie. At least I believe Natalie Portman was the ballerina. You know, and like I grew up. I had a family friend who had a we had a family friend. And she was a ballerina and she was in the Nutcracker growing up and stuff. And
yeah.
ballerinas have it really hard. They're on their tippy toes all the time.
Oh yeah, no, I won't take anything away from them. Seriously, I will not take anything away from the ballerina. It's just that movie, I couldn't. And at the end, she fantasized she killed everyone, and at the very end, she didn't. It's like, what? I mean, I didn't kill you? She was the Black Swan. I don't know. It's too much for me. Maybe I'm just too.
Well, fair enough. I mean, look, Darren Aronofsky movies are definitely pretentious and out there, and they're very artsy. I do like The Wrestler, though. If you want to, just like The Wrestler. Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah. That was a very good movie. Very sad movie, really.
Well, yeah, I kind of see them both kind of similar. Black Swan is probably more of a thriller, dark, a little bit darker, but yeah, The Wrestler is probably just an all
You
around
know,
better movie.
you know what got me in The Wrestler? What I think resonated with me so much in The Wrestler is that he was trying to make a straight light for himself, and he was in a deli making sandwiches, and people were like, "Oh, hey, weren't you so and so?" And never mind, we got to see Marissa Tomei in an entirely different way. That had its pluses, but the wrestler though, I couldn't get past that part where he was just trying to live a straight life, and people still would still recognize him, and he was trying to. And never mind the fact that Mickey Rourke, as talented as he was, apparently had something wrong with him because he mauled himself. He got himself all messed up anyhow. He
Oh,
had the
really?
original pretty boy face in Hollywood, but he would do boxing and he would do stuff like that. And he marred his good looks.
Oh,
So I
dang.
think The Wrestler was in large part probably based on Mickey Rourke, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it seemed to be an authentic character
yeah,
to him. Yeah, and it was kind of his comeback too because he had been away for a while, and then
yeah,
he had this movie, and it was kind of his big comeback. And
and he had,
you see that, and that is tough. Someone like that, where he's a famous wrestler, but at the same time, he's making sandwiches now,
yeah.
right? And how do you go from that as a character?
Well, if I remember right in the movie, he went to one final wrestling match where it was heavily insinuated that he died.
Right, right. And I like the way it ended
Mhm.
because he just kind of went out with a bang. He knew they warned him you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be wrestling. He had heart problems and all this other stuff.
But
And
Marissa Tomei though was so hot, I would have given up wrestling for that. She was, man. Marissa Tomei was. Say whatever you
Oh,
want.
she's excellent. I mean, my cousin Vinny, that's all you got to say.
Yeah. Well, it's like after they killed off Aunt May in that one Spider movie, it's like everyone's like, "Bye bye, hot Aunt May." you know.
Which, by the way, dude, it's so funny. I've seen the memes. It's like Aunt May, like the hot Aunt May, and then the original Aunt May, who's like really Aunt May.
Yeah.
Once they made Marissa Tomei Aunt May, I'm like, this is weird. No, you can't make Aunt May hot. She's got to be this sweet, homely woman.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I think the backstory to that was Aunt May was actually his real mom because they were
More like Aunt August because she's hot. Okay, anyway.
Well, yeah, but I think the whole backstory is that they were into swinging anyhow, and so there was some cross pollination, and Aunt May was his actual mom.
Oh.
Or maybe that's just an internet rumor. I don't know, but I'd buy that because she was old enough to be his mom. So
Well,
you
she
know,
was. She just happens to look good. Yeah, I
yeah,
guess.
she
Right.
looked damn good, but it's Marissa Tomei. But it's funny. I love. Okay, we were talking about Batman. I love the character of Batman. I love the character of Spider-Man. I don't know who I love more, Batman. I probably love Spider-Man more than Batman. I
Okay.
loved the Toby Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
I loved the Andrew Garfield Spider movies, but once they brought him over to the MCU, I did not like MCU Tom Holland Spider-Man movies.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I
Wow.
loved the MCU up until Endgame.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
after that, and actually
And
Endgame,
lame. You mean end lame?
thank you. They
You're
painted
welcome.
themselves into a corner.
It was
and the
horrible. That
Endgame
movie
was
is
the
terrible.
best.
Dude,
The
when they're
best-
like, Thanos, how did you destroy the stones? And he's like, I used the stones to destroy the stones.
Yeah, Endgame. I think they painted themselves into a corner. And Endgame, everyone loved Endgame. I thought Endgame was a mess. I thought
It was a
best-
complete mess. It was boring too. It was a boring mess. Overrated, crappy mess.
I thought the best Avengers movie was Infinity War.
Okay.
I
See,
thought
I don't like any of them. Is my
Okay,
thing.
well, fair enough.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Like
Yeah.
you don't.
That's
I
me.
love-
That's me. I just don't like. I think
have
they're
a
over.
number of
I think it's brilliant. I mean, hey,
Yeah.
get all the superheroes in one freaking movie. I mean, that's a brilliant idea. As a producer, oh
It
yeah,
worked.
it works. It works. But Captain America is probably the stupidest superhero. Oh my god. Okay, you have a shield. You throw a shield around. Oh, like this is that's the lamest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah,
You
but
throw
they were entertaining.
yeah, but you
That
throw a
was never
shield.
really
You have a shield, and you're throwing a shield around. Like, what the hell are you gonna do with a shield? It's stupid. It's
It was
dumb.
made of
It's made in the
vibranium.
20s.
I don't remember, but it's like
And don't get me started in Black Panther. I mean, come on. Or Vibranium. Black Panther was fun. The first one was fun. I was rooting for the bad guy more than Black Panther.
well, that's
be
how I
honest.
was with the movie Avatar. I thought the best character in the movie Avatar was Stephen Lang.
Yes, the general
Yes,
guy, right?
Lawrence.
Yes. Yeah, I'm rooting for the humans. I'm sorry, I'm human. I'm rooting for the freaking humans. I'm
Yeah.
rooting for the humans. I don't care about these stupid Avatar blue people that are just complaining, whining all the time.
I have not seen any of the Avatar movies. The first one put such a taint. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm human. I don't think I'm a bad guy because I'm human. James Cameron spent all this obscene amount of money to create all this new technology, and I'm not going to take that away because he did some pretty spectacular things with it, to make an anti-money and anti-technology movie. You spend gazillions of dollars to make an anti-money movie? You invent technology to make an anti-technology movie? And it was about Bullwinkle and Rocky's lost Obsidasia mine. I'm watching Avatar and I'm thinking, I watched this as a kid with Rocky and Bullwinkle. They're looking for the lost Obsidasia mine. I remember watching Rocky and Bullwinkle and Boris and Natasha. They're following the sign saying, lost Obsidasia mine, lost Obsidasia. And at one point, the arrows come together. They're like, where's Obsidasia? Oh, it's above them. It was a floating mountain. And that's exactly what Avatar looked like. It was Rocky and Bullwinkle's lost Obsidasia mine in James Cameron's ultra expensive, highly technical, anti-money, anti-technology movie. I'm sorry, I can't wrap my mind around it. I love James Cameron. I love the Terminator. I love The Abyss is probably one of the best movies ever made.
Oh, of course. Yeah, The Abyss, the Titanic, of course. I mean, Terminator 2, say no more. You just say Terminator 2. It's like, okay, one of the greatest movies of all time. Yeah, it's actually was really interesting. I just watched the Hollywood Reporter interview with him. It was all the directors talking about the latest, which is really interesting. They didn't have Paul Thomas Anderson on there, by the way, but they did talk about One Battle After Another. But that's another thing. But they had James Cameron on there, and then Catherine Bigelow, who was his ex-wife.
Oh, okay, yeah,
right. But he's like. He literally admitted, he's like, hey, if these movies weren't making so much darn money, I wouldn't be making these movies. He like literally said in more or less words, he was like, dude, I've been trapped. They're like, yeah, you've been doing this Avatar for like the past 15 years. And he's like, yeah, I mean, if they weren't making so much darn money, I wouldn't be making these movies, until they stopped making money. And which is actually really, I can see that as, look, okay, I think the reason why they make money is people want to go to the theaters to see a spectacle. And he promises that, right? He promises the 3D IMAX experience, right? He wants to do that. And that's part of it. And
they're good spectacles, though.
They are. But at the same time, dude, it's like if you watch the third one, they're sign languaging to a whale. I kid you not. The Avatar people are saying sign languaging to a whale, and they're like, what about Spider? They're like, can Spider be involved? And they're like, the whale says. Then the whale's like, and then they're like, they say Spider is an outcast. And then so there's like this hero moment where everyone stands up. It's like the moment in a movie where everyone starts to clap or people start standing up. And then someone else goes like this. They're like, well, if he is an outcast, then I am an outcast. And then someone else comes up and is like, well, if he is an outcast, then I am an outcast. And everyone's like, it's like this huge moment. Everyone's standing up for each other. Oh, we're all outcasts because Spider, the human that can't breathe oxygen, but then they invented something so he could breathe oxygen now on the planet. They're speaking to the whale for some reason. I don't know why they're speaking to a whale. It is so bizarre.
That's me like how they communicate in the new Planet of the Apes movies.
Yes.
But okay, in the original, the first Avatar, they could plug their tails into trees. Couldn't they like plug their tail into the whale and communicate with it, or couldn't they commune with the water and pipes?
Plug the tail into a whale.
Into a whale.
Plug your tail into a whale. Plug your tail into a whale. I just said my cock.
I'll give you that's a cool idea. They could take their hair or their tails and intertwine them with the trees and communicate. Okay, I get that. It's an interesting idea, but why couldn't they do that with a whale? Why did they have to do flash? Yeah, okay, whatever.
They did sign language and then like outcast, you know, and they're all like this outcast. Yeah. Like it's like Thriller. It really is, dude. And if you look at it, I'm like laughing out loud. I'm like, this is supposed to be serious. It's supposed to be a serious. It's supposed to be a serious moment. They're all standing. If he outcast, I outcast. And everyone's like, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. It's me, bro. Okay, bro. I got this. Dude, the amount of times you say bro, like I would love to count the amount of times you say bro in Avatar 3. Like they say bro so many times. Like, oh yeah, bro. Okay, bro. Yeah, bro. We're gonna do this, bro. It's like, gosh.
I guess the most amazing thing about these movies is that they're still giving Sam Worthington an acting job, at least, I guess.
Okay. And that's an interesting point. So there's another thing we talked about was movies that are out. They make a ton of money and then no one ever talks about them ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Worthington, Jake. I remember his name, Jake, in the movie. Jake Sully. Jake Sully.
Yeah.
Jake Sully. Jake Sully. But like, dude, yeah, Sam Worthington. No one cares about this guy. No one cares. You know what I mean? Like they don't. He's in these movies, but he's kind of like this generic actor that's he's okay, he's passable, but you know, he's not even a human anymore. Because he becomes the Avatar. Well, right?
The actor, Sam Worthington himself was a flash in the pan. He was in almost everything for a brief period of time, and then he disappeared all of a sudden. He disappeared as quickly as he arrived.
Exactly, but he's still in these Avatar movies.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess you have to be if they want to continue the story, but maybe, I don't know. They're all CG creatures, so I guess you could cast anyone to play him, I guess.
And that's the thing is like watching the behind the scenes of this, it's so annoying because it's like people, it's like you or me in my office, like, oh no, bro, oh, I'm dying. Oh no!
In the mocap suits.
Yeah, the mocap suits, and they're just like playing. It's like actors just play acting, and which is fine. Which you know, but at the same time, there's James Cameron who's super anti AI. By the way, okay, he's anti AI. Blah blah blah.
Go figure. If anyone was a pioneer of AI, it would be him.
It would exactly. So it's like, dude, he's literally making
millions of dollars to make an anti-capitalist money. I mean,
now with AI, you can actually take any scene. I can take a scene right now where I'm a pilot and in a spaceship, like Star Trek or whatever. Mm-hmm. I can film myself, and then in AI, it'll make me look like I'm in a spaceship, and I'm in my office here. There's no difference between that and what James Cameron is doing. There's no difference. Oh, sorry. There's no difference. Oh, he has people making the computer animation. That doesn't freaking matter. If you have a program that is doing it, like there's no difference. And now you can have any high school kid now can take AI, film their friends. They could be in a jungle scene. They could be in whatever scene they want. And it doesn't freaking matter. They're filmmakers. They're still making the story. They're still, and it's just as good as Avatar, if not better.
Back in the 90s, when we were starting to get into digital video, high def camcorders, the big phrase was the democratization of movies. In other words, movies weren't for the ultra rich who could afford, the 35 millimeter film and all that stuff, because all that was coming home to your personal computer to edit on. Back then, I don't remember Circuit City was still around, or you could go to Best Buy and get yourself a camcorder, or you could get yourself a high 8 camcorder. The point is,
I had one of those. Yeah.
And it was and people were bringing it home, but they still weren't putting movies in the theaters. They might have been maybe going to like little niche home video markets. But now, like bringing back to the point where you can shoot a film on this and put it on an IMAX, we are truly at that point of democratization. Now, I don't think the tools are there for us. And I haven't played with the AI yet, but I fully intend to if I can ever get to a stop being point in all my writing. But
you should get on Sora, by the way, because Troy Lee and I are on Sora, and we see
it all the time.
I know you see it all the time. I know. I'm trying to scale it back a little bit, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Well, and I think I told Troy, instead of doing all this Sora stuff, why don't you, instead of doing all these different things, actually try to make a progression of scenes and actually make a short. Do something.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Do something with it.
Yeah,
Don't
do
just
something
say,
with it.
Me and Tremaine, we're gonna stand on the rooftop and fight. No, make scenes. We're
gonna stand on a rooftop singing K-pop songs, K-pop love songs. Yeah.
With it.
Yeah.
Like other people who had spent a lot of money to make good-looking fan films, but never be able to make a dime with them because they're Star Trek or Star Wars fan films. Do your own thing. So instead of making a bunch of random scenes of K-pop or whatever, make it short.
I think what's really interesting about this is that it's a good proof of concept. So we made I don't know if you saw Frogman. So like as a superhero, I have a superhero idea. I guess I'm putting it out into the ether right now, but Frogman. So it's a guy, frogs have powers. It's like Spider-Man, but it's a frog. It's a frog. And I kind of look like a frog, So like my character, I get bit by a frog, or I get a poison frog bites my character, whatever. It doesn't matter.
And then you start singing, "Hello, my baby. Hello,
hello, my darling. Hello, my darling. Go." Yeah, exactly. But like frogs have magical powers. Like they can jump, you can jump 15 times their height. They can, some frogs have the ability. There's a frog in the rainforest that when they fall, they actually bundle up. They can fall from a huge tree, like the top story of the tree. They fall and they bundle up like a little ball, and they become little rubber bouncy balls. So they actually don't die because they become a bouncy ball. So in the movie, he's falling in the movie. Like when he first gets his powers, kind of like Spider-Man when he first gets his powers and he's a little bit reckless and he doesn't know how to do it. He jumps too high and he jumps over a building, and then, oh my gosh, he's falling. Oh shit, and then he bundles up into a little ball and he ends up bouncing away. Right. So it's like Frogman. I don't know. Frogman. It'd be a funny superhero. And then for Troy's Dragon Boy. He's Dragon Boy. And, you can do a lot with dragons, breathe fire and stuff like that. But as a proof of concept, Sora is pretty cool because you could say, hey, show me what a superhero movie would look like. And then also using the city of Sacramento, which is underutilized, dude. Like, we have M. Night Shyamalan always uses Philadelphia, right? Batman, they're always in Chicago. Like all these movies are in New York or LA, blah, blah. But it's like, dude, Sacramento, no one uses it. I mean, dude, a superhero movie in Sacramento? I mean, come on, let's do it.
I suggested to Troy that he use AI to do more Frightful Lizard. Imagine a Jurassic Park quality T-Rex that talks. He should be able to do it.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
It might take some prompting and figuring out the prompts, and it might take some trickery, but I don't know why he doesn't do it. Troy, if you're watching, do it.
Troy, do it. Yeah, absolutely.
I've told you this before, Troy. You know that. So you know,
Troy.
I'm not talking about you behind your back.
Troy, told you once, gonna tell you twice. Do it. No, he should. Honestly, he really
and one
should.
day I'll be there with you. I just got to finish writing and rewriting and rewriting. I'm working on a feature right now, and someone
Are
asked-
you interesting? Can you tell us about it?
It's a drama. It deals with some actual heavy themes dealing with loss, depression, anxiety, suicide. Yeah, it started off as it was going to be originally like about 20-25 minute short, which enough people convinced me to turn it into a feature, and so
Yeah,
then
you might as well. If you're at 25 minutes, you might as well make it a
yeah,
feature.
so yeah, and so I've been working on that, and but I've also been working on Springtown, a show with Chris Amick, Claire Langton. Matter of fact, at the Cloud Film Festival, see part two, episode two, part one just dropped, and we're hoping to have the full episode for Sacktown movie buffs.
Oh,
And
sweet.
so
Okay, so that'll be
we're
on
gonna
second.
do that, and actually
Nice.
this weekend on Sunday we're going to be filming a part of the next episode. So it's Claire Langton's baby
Haven't
project. and I
Haven't
think
they filmed 3 episodes so far? So they're on their 4th or 3rd?
it would be their fourth. It would be their
Okay.
fourth because we had at episode one, which I only had a cameo. I had no other involvement in that. Was episode one, and then episode two became an extra long episode. So they're going to break that into 2 and 3. So now you're right. We're working on 4, but yet episode 2 is going to be all one episode for Sacktown. It's whatever.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So you're right. So now we're working on episode 4. So it's her project. It's her baby. It's her passion project, and so she asked me to come in and give her a hand writing, and so I've been writing and producing and acting in a little bit in it too.
Good. Yeah. Well, that's a fun project. I mean, I like the idea of especially a series centered around a small town and things happening, and yeah, I think that's really great.
It shows Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I said keep going with it. If you need another actor, let me know. Tell Claire to let
Keep
me
you in
know.
mind. I mean, I happen to know the crew, so but we've been doing some rather ambitious stuff for a guerrilla shoot. We've had a lot of people involved, and we're doing some rather ambitious stuff. 0 budget guerrilla shoot. Talking someone, hey, can we film in your restaurant? Oh, hey, can we film in your coffee shop? And I don't know. I mean, is it Hollywood? No, but yeah, we're pretty fairly proud of what we've done.
And that's the thing. And you should be, honestly. You really should be, because there's the Minecraft movie. I watched the Minecraft movie the other night. But the one takeaway from the movie was it's easier to destroy, it's harder to create, right? So, you guys are creating something, you're doing something. Of course, it's going to just evolve. It'll get better, right? And you guys will get better the more you do it, type thing. And as is rough around the edges, some of it is. I'm sorry, it is a little bit rough around the edges. I will
won't
say
deny
that.
it. I mean, you and I can sit and talk, and we could nitpick it to death, sure. But but we're still proud of it, though.
You're right, exactly. At the end of the day, hey, you're doing something. You're working hard on this show, and you guys are you're doing it, right? You're doing it. So I always
watching it with the crowd, and you spend some time writing this thing, and then you're hearing people laughing at your jokes. And
I know a little bit about that. Yeah.
That's a fantastic feeling. And at the very end where it says to be continued, you hear people going, oh, it's a good feeling. Again, is it Hollywood? Is it flawless perfection? No, but the people reacted, and it feels good.
Well, I'll never forget when my first movie premiere, Rideshare, when there was a certain scene where that Jason kills the girl with the hula doll, right? So he kills her with the hula doll, and then he gets back in his car, and then he licks the doll and puts it back. And when he licked the doll, the audience was like, oh. And I'm just like, yes, yes, yes.
That's what you want.
Yes,
As a
yeah,
filmmaker,
yeah.
the whole point of film is to elicit emotion, and you elicited that emotion.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, dude. And that's, I mean, you probably, I guarantee you've been bit by this bug. I mean, once you've been bit by the bug of getting that audience reaction of something that you've made, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that is what's so addicting, I think, about making movies. And you're screening movies and getting, you want people to hate the bad guys and love the good guys, right? You don't want them to be, the worst thing you can ever get is, oh yeah, watch it. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah. You know, like that's the worst feedback, right?
Yeah.
You want to hear, oh, that was amazing, or you want to hear like, oh, I hated that character. He was the worst. I can't believe he was like that. I can't believe he did this. So this, that, and the other thing. You're eliciting real reactions. I mean, the worst type of reaction is some type of lukewarm reaction.
You don't want apathy. You want, even if someone says, yeah, that kind of sucked, the editing or the sound or, the color, at least they were paying attention and they cared enough to tell you. Someone was like, that was all right. No, you don't want apathy. Apathy is the worst thing.
Or you don't want people to say like, oh yeah, it was really good. And then they don't say anything else about it, and then they're like,
they don't tell you what was good about it, or anything.
Right? They don't say what was good.
Patting you on the back.
Yeah, they're patting you on the back. Yeah, good job. Hey, you tried. At least you tried.
Yeah, here's your participation trophy.
You tried. Yeah. Well, and that is the thing. Is like I never want to placate people. I was not popular in film school. Believe it or not.
No.
Well, I mean, I was, but I wasn't at the same time because like I'd worked on so many different things. Everyone knew who I was, so I knew. I got to know people, even though I was denied by the film program at San Diego State. Thank you very much. Jack Ofield, which I won't name. Oh, I just named him. Okay. No chip on my shoulder over this or anything like that. But but I would tell people, ask me like, "Hey, what did you think of my movie?" And I'm like, "I thought it was horrible. I didn't like it at all. It was depressing." But I'll always give them a good. I'm like, "Hey, I thought your set was really good." There was a friend of mine, Jordan, was. Yeah, who I worked, a colleague of mine, I worked with him at KPBS, and he made this movie. It was kind of like an Interstellar wannabe type movie, and it was about a guy who was in outer space, and they had a really cool space pod set. Like that, I'm like, oh, I thought your set was really awesome. Like, I give credit where credit's due, but I'm like, dude, it was really depressing. He's thinking about his girlfriend at the beach in a flashback, and then he decides to open up the pod doors and off himself, and then it looked like a cardboard cutout of someone spinning around. So it was like a cardboard cutout of his body like spinning like this, and I'm like, dude, it looked like a cutout, like you photoshopped and just cropped it and then spun it in After Effects or something. He's like, well, that's exactly what I did. I'm like, I know. That's what it looked like. I can see through this. I know this stuff. I know it. He's like, well, I thought my movie was really good. I thought it was really good. It's like, dude, no one wants to be told their baby's ugly, dude.
No.
You know what I mean? But like, look, there's a constructive way of going about it. I would never discourage people saying like, oh, you suck, give up, never try again. I would never say that.
It doesn't help that when you're a creative like us, automatically your ego's inflated about 5 times more than the average person to begin with. It's the hardest thing for me is when people are critiquing my writing. Now, it's not that I can't take criticism, and I'm not going to say as long as it's valid criticism because I don't want to play that game, but I've been in rooms where you'll have, let's say 20 people read what you wrote, and you're going to get 20
different answers.
You get a room of 20 people with 25 different, and some of the critiques are, oh, you know what? Okay, that's a good point. That's a valid point. That's a good, okay, I didn't catch that. Okay, you're right. Some of them are, did you even read it? And some of them are, oh, you want me to remove what why? Or can you explain that further without looking like a complete douche because you're looking like you're arguing with someone? It's like,
Right. Or they'll say, yeah, it was really good, but the car was red, and I think the car should be black. It should be
or
black.
or when
Yeah,
they
it's like it's a completely that is non sequitur. Like that has nothing to do with anything. The color of the car could be anything. It
yeah.
doesn't freaking matter. It has nothing to do with the plot or the storyline or anything. I just said the red car went down the road, and like now you're like, yeah, except the red car, it should have been black. It should have been
Well,
green.
sometimes you get what you work with unless you AI it, but that's a different story. But no, and there's sometimes it's like I've gotten criticisms like, it would have been good if your character had done that. And I'm like, he did on that page. It's like, oh gosh. And sometimes you just gotta sit there going, and you can't argue because it's like you can't always defend yourself either. And then you're looking like a complete douchebag that you're arguing with people, even though a lot of their
Well, right. And then they're like, hey, don't be defensive. Don't be defensive about your work. I'm like, well, no, I'm just explaining that the character did do that you're saying that he should have done. He does that in scene 17. If you actually read the freaking script, he does it.
Yeah. And some
I'm not
people-
being defensive. I'm just saying, like, hey, like,
It's like there was this one person that's like, you had this moment here and it could have been a really poignant moment and you could have done. I'm like, okay, what do you suggest? Well,
They
I'm
have
just
nothing.
saying that it was a good moment. You had a good moment I said, okay, how do I improve it? And it's like, let's communicate.
yeah. Well, yeah,
Let's
exactly.
go
What we
back to
have, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yeah. And, and that happens in these groups and it can get frustrating. And with me, I'll get some criticism and I'll have to walk away and think about it for a few days. And sometimes, like, okay, if they didn't get it, maybe that was a failing on my part. Maybe I do need to write it in a better way so that they can see. So sometimes it takes a while for me. But I remember one time at this film festival, this one filmmaker, he had just got done winning some awards for his short. He came up to me. He's like, I was there that night when that guy was giving you crap. He's like, I was totally on your side, dude. And I'm like, thank you. I replay that moment every so often. It's so frustrating.
Well, and that's the thing is like you have to really take everything with a grain of salt, especially if you're looking for feedback. So right now I'm in that process of, we're making Bigfoot's Ghost 2, Yeti or Not, in Tahoe, by the way, guys, which is awesome. And then I also wrote another movie, and I'm shopping for directors of photography right now. And, I got a director of photography call me and say, oh, I really love the script, but this part really just broke it for me. And and it's like, dude, I take feedback in a certain way, but it's like, look, I'm the writer, director. Okay. He's the director of photography. Okay.
Yeah.
So he is in charge of the images. I'm in charge of writing the story and making it good. Right. So I take the feedback, but at the same time, it's kind of like, look, dude, you don't understand the story that I'm making. It's my story. It's my story based on real life, right? And that I'm putting together. And you kind of almost have to have an FU attitude a little bit. You have to have a little bit of an FU attitude, not just saying like, hey, I'll if 20 people say the same thing about the script, okay, maybe it has a problem, right?
There's something there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but like if you get 20 feedback and it's all over the place, you have to really refine and also say, hey, what is this credible source? Is this source credible? Is this person a writer themselves? No, they're not. They've never written anything in their life, but they're a really good director of photography, but they've never written anything in their life. So, or do you take, oh, there's another writer director that I respect and he's really good and he's going to give me honest feedback. I get that from him. I'll definitely listen to him. Right. So I got these two new books for Christmas, which was great. My brother got me these books, and it's about screenwriting. And one of the biggest tips that they gave me, or they give you, is get like a couple different, get like 2 or 3 opinions on a script
Mhm.
from 2 or 3 really trusted sources, right? Anything more than that, like, dude, you'll get 20 different responses, and then it becomes all over the place, and
Well,
you're getting advice from the plumber who's, who's a plumber. He's not,
and even at that, it's still, I'm going to use the word challenge for lack of a better word, because you got two people who goes who sees the world different ways, who goes about life differently. It's like this, the one story I'm writing is about an overnight radio talk show host. Well, this person's going through and they wipe out half, a lot of the radio calling shows. And it's like, you're asking me to get rid of the radio calling shows when it's show radio call-ins when it's a film about a radio.
about a radio call-in show. Yeah.
Yeah, so but they might have specific points, but it's like everyone's different, and feedback is a tricky thing. My one friend, she gives me some wonderful feedback, but yet she'll make it's like, why did you want me to erase half of this? That's a part of the plot, or that's part of the story. Well, it doesn't advance the plot. It's a radio call-in show. You can't get rid of the callers. But maybe you do something more productive. But yet you have another dear friend, and she looks at the human emotional aspect of it. And so you get different feedback from different people. So you got to learn how to mine that. And ultimately, no single person, it ultimately falls back on you. Or if you follow one of these Facebook ads and you go to AI and have it critique your story for you, then.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I've seen those things. So like we use advanced AI to give you guys credit. Just give us $30 and it's
Yeah.
like, go away. It's like, dude,
And I've done a chat GPT. Share chat GPT. What do you think? Oh, I like what you did here. You did that. And to chat GPT's credit, it picked up on things that I did that I didn't even intend. And it's like, oh, what? I did do that. You're absolutely right. Oh, cool. And then you get an update later. It's like, and if you're dealing with themes like that deal with loss and depression and suicide, you hey ChatGPT, how is it right now? Can you critique it? Your screen goes blank and it asks you if it wants me to contact the therapy line.
Oh, geez. Oh, no. I haven't gotten that one. Oh, my gosh. It must be a pretty dark script. Wow.
It did get dark.
They're like, we're worried about you, Chris. Can you please call this hotline?
I had to tell ChatGPT, this is fiction and I'm
It's fiction.
fine. Critique the story. Don't call help,
They're like, I don't need help. They're like, I'm sorry, Chris. This is what people that need help say. I can't do that, Chris. Chris, the police are coming for a wellness check in 5 minutes. They'll be right there.
So I used my ChatGPT app on my phone today, and it's like, pick different personalities. And I'm thinking, ChatGPT needs a HAL 9000 personality. What can I do for you today, Dave?
Dave? Oh, like, my name's Chris. That's okay, Dave. I can't do that for you, Dave. I'm Chris. I'm sorry, Dave. That can't be happen. Yeah. The pod bay doors can't be open, Dave. Sorry. I'm Chris. I'm Tremaine. Call me Tremaine. I can't do that, Dave.
But the thing about AI, I was trying to develop another story and it just starts hallucinating real fast. It's not there yet. People are really worried about it. And there's some legit concerns, but it hallucinates too.
Yeah, it's a tool. People have to realize it's a tool.
Yeah.
You can't. It's like anything with even with Google. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. Spoiler alert. Google can be wrong sometimes, right? So just because you Google something, it could be wrong. Just because you AI something, it could be wrong. You still have
Yeah.
to do your own research. You still have to do. And again, like someone always said, I think it was Sean Pegg. Sorry, Simon Pegg. Simon Pegg said, you know, ChatGPT can't have that experience of having a girlfriend for 4 years, right? Or having your experience of life and going to school and XYZ, ABC.
Mhm.
And you have those experiences. And that's something that, and again, if you can't be relying too much on it either, they use it as a crutch. People want it to just do everything for them.
Yeah.
And it's not it's not that simple solution. And you have to really you use it as a tool. I think like as a brainstorming tool, it's really
sure.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll come, oh, okay, this is great, this will help me. But the computer, I mean, the human mind is still untapped. It's still underappreciated with when it comes to writing and when it comes to movies, everyone always says, oh, the director who directed this or whatever. That actually is not as important as the writer. It's all about the writer, man.
Yeah.
It is really about the writing of the script, because if you could have the best director in the world, but you could have the worst script ever, and
Mhm.
it's not gonna be a good movie. Sorry.
On the other end of the extreme, you can take an absolute crap script and make everyone enjoy it through good cinematography and acting. I mean, but the story though, the story is ultimately the most important thing.
Yeah,
The
story. Yeah,
the
story.
word
Story.
processor would always be more important than the VFX software.
Exactly. And again, VFX is a tool. It should never be there to replace everything. You know what I mean? Like if you're using effects just to replace every little thing in your movie, then you're
Mhm.
doing it wrong. That's why these movies that don't focus on story, they have the razzle dazzle, the effects. That's why I don't really like the Avengers movies, because they focus on effects and there's no story, and it's just a bunch of superhero.
I'm gonna push back on that one a little bit.
Please do. Please do.
Sometimes it can be that way, but I've actually enjoyed the stories of. I haven't seen all the MCU movies, but the better ones, especially the ones that are down in my cupboard right now, actually had some darn good stories. Especially like Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Damn good story. A lot of good political intrigue in that movie.
I couldn't watch. I got bored watching that movie. I didn't.
Okay, I mean it's not for
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah. I've
I mean,
tried. I
it's
tried it.
still a chewing gum, comic book movie. It had a good story, but at the end of the day, it's still a comic book movie. It's still a superhero movie. And if that's not your thing, it's not your thing.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
disagree with Martin Scorsese when he says it's not cinema. Well, it is cinema. It's just not his cinema.
Well, I do agree with him on that, where it is more of a theme park ride, like these superhero movies. Or the new Jurassic Park movies, they're more like theme park rides, right?
Yeah, but they're still
There's nothing wrong with that. Again, there's nothing wrong with a theme park ride. I mean, I love theme park rides,
okay. You
but
got War and Peace. You have a comic book movie. They're both books. That's all there is to it. They both have covers. They both have pages. They both tell a story. So I'm going to disagree that they are cinema.
Okay. Well, you disagree with
they're
one
different
of the
types.
greatest, filmmakers of our generation.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's my takeaway. That's my opinion. So I understand people. I just disagree with it. I think it is cinema. Is it Goodfellas? No.
Right. Yeah.
Goodfellas, is Goodfellas Marvel? Is Goodfellas Star Wars? Are we going to argue about whether or not Star Wars is cinema?
Well, and that's the thing is Hollywood has never given the blockbuster movie the credit that it deserves. And it hasn't. It really hasn't. And they're just now kind of coming out with that. I think they gave Sinners the blockbuster movie of the year award or something like that for the
Well
Golden
earned.
Globes.
Damn good movie.
It's an okay movie. It's an okay
That was
movie.
darn good.
I wouldn't say darn good. I mean, I saw a better movie 30 years ago, and it's called From Dusk Till Dawn, and it's a way better movie.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to deny that. Although, in my opinion, From Dusk Till Dawn is more of a comic book movie than Sinners is.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you're probably right about that. I don't know. Like, I listened to the guy, dude. I got really inspired. I listened to Ryan Coogler talk, and I'm like, holy shit, this guy's talking like this. Like, okay, this guy's making big movies. I can do it too, you know.
Yeah.
Because he's like, yeah, just show what we were doing. Yeah, we were doing this shit, just a movie. Yeah. And
Okay, I'm
yeah,
gonna
we
throw
were. It's like,
I'm going to throw out a title then.
okay, throw it out.
Godzilla -1.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
A lot of people are like, yeah, it's a Godzilla movie. You can't take it. No, that's a damn good movie.
It's a damn good movie. No, it's a well-made movie.
Out of it, it's a damn good movie.
But okay, get this. Isn't there a sequel? It's like Godzilla -1+2 or something like that.
Well, they're
Or
working on a sequel that would be out later on I think around the.
but it's like Godzilla -1+2, so it's like Godzilla +1. Can we just call it Godzilla Zero or
call it -0.
-0? So just call it. Yeah, it's that's it's semantics. It's semantics, and I just think it's funny. But like, oh, they're like -1, 2. Okay, so +1. Where's the math here? I don't know. I'm a math guy, but
I think a lot of it references, the state of the Japanese people after the bombing of Hiroshima and rebuilding after World War II. They're kind of like at a state of less than zero. While we're enjoying our fabulous 1950s and prosperities, they're trying to rebuild under radiation. So maybe that might be what they're referring to. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
All I know is it's just a damn good movie. You take the Godzilla out, it's still a damn good movie. It's a movie about a guy who would, regret because he was a kamikaze pilot who was too chicken to do his part to end the war. And people know that about him. It has a solid story, but yet people could write it off. Hey, it's just a silly monster movie, cinema or not. And that's why I disagree.
This is more cinema than Marvel movies. I would like to say, because Marvel is like is they go, oh, there's a serious moment, then let's go for a cheap joke. And
what's the defining aspect? The fact that it's got a silly monster stomping Tokyo.
But it's well made, is the thing.
Well made.
Yeah,
and it's made for a fraction of the cost.
Exactly, and that's what, like with these Marvel movies where they're spending an exorbitant amount of money to be filming against a green screen. Like, come on, guys, you can't find real locations, you can't do anything practical effects. You got to do.
A large portion of Godzilla -1 was done green screen. They did a lot of cheats in that movie to pull it off,
but not anything close to Avengers. Nothing close.
Are you sure about that?
I think so.
In -1, the director was doing a lot of visual effects work himself. He pinched pennies to the max, and I don't think they had a lot of the Hollywood unions to mess around with either that would help inflate the cost.
And that's what I like about it, is that it was done. It was done frugally. It's done. These Marvel movies, I guess they've just got more money than God, so they can do whatever they want.
They're a product of Hollywood, unfortunately, and Hollywood shot themselves with their foot on the last round of union strikes. I think the unions are killing Hollywood more than anything else right now.
It's really interesting. The Rip, the new movie with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. It's a Joe Carnahan movie, a director from Sacramento, from Fair Oaks, Sacramento. Okay. That's where I'm from.
Okay.
And what they did was they gave incentives to the 1,200 crew members of the movie that if the movie does well, these crew members get bonuses. They get paid more. Okay. And that is really awesome. That is something that is unheard of, because it's like Alfred Hitchcock was groundbreaking in the film industry. Do you know why? Do you know why he was groundbreaking?
What?
I'm going to tell you. Why.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
because everyone worked on a set from 9 to 5. And
Okay. All
and
right.
this is a groundbreaking for cinema. That is groundbreaking because it's always like, 12-hour, 18-hour
Yeah.
shoots, 3 months at a time. People work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 on
6
the
days
sets.
a week.
Yeah. Or Monday to Friday or Monday to Saturday. I don't know. I think maybe they took 2 days off or what. But he literally, they had an 8-hour workday, just like everyone else. Like the rest of the freaking world, most of the world, at least, unless you're a doctor or a nurse, I guess. But that was this revolutionary idea. Oh my gosh, heaven forbid people have a working hours, like regular working hours, so they can plan dinner. They can have family dinner, like he loved to have wine. He'd love to have wine after work, so he'd go home and he'd have dinner and have wine. But it's like, wow, what a concept. What if people actually worked in Hollywood or in North Hollywood, in Sacramento, baby, at Hey Ho Studios, and they worked 9 to 5 and they got paid a good wage in order to pay their bills. They have a blast and they're not overworked and they're not underpaid. Wow. What a concept. What a concept, guys. Wow. Just wow. I think that's kind of the goal that I want to strive towards, where I can actually hire people have jobs, and then they can go to their job and they love their job. They're making movies, for goodness sake. But then they also have a life. When they get home, they have a life. They can eat dinner at home with their wife, with their family. It's like, is that these studios with all these movies, I mean, it's feast or famine. You get work for 4 months at a time, and then you get nothing for 8 months, right?
Especially if you think of it, like after 8 hours, you're paying time and a half. How much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh,
So it's
yep.
like it makes most sense to just say, hey, look, we have 8 hours. We're gonna schedule this an 8-hour workday. This is like any other workday, which is so crazy. But for the film industry, 12-hour days are work days, right? There's days and there's half days. Half days is 6 hours. A full day is 12. And I mean, yeah, that's a reality of a lot of things. But I mean, that is something to go towards, and to have really capable people that are on salary, that are working, making movies week in, week out, different movies at a time, right? But always every year, they have movies and they have breaks, right? We have vacation time, this is crazy talk, right? This is crazy talk thinking about Hollywood, so, but it's not. It isn't, and I think it's capable. I think we're able to do this. We can do this.
Yeah, I mean, how much money would they save if they would stretch out production days instead of going super long days and paying double time and
Exactly, yeah. So when I moved to LA, I had a job interview, and the interviewer asked me, hey, if I gave you $1 million, what movie are you going to make? Right. And I go, I wouldn't make a movie. I'd make 3 movies. Because with technology, today we're able to film, like Lord of the Rings, film 3 movies back to back to back. So then you're hedging your bet for $1 million. You're hedging your bet. So make each movie for $300,000. And you're $333,000, and then you hedge your bet, and then I got the job. He loved that answer, because it's like this is my mindset of thinking, because I'm like, oh, they spent $500 million to make an Avengers movie. I'm like, dude, you can make 10 $50 million movies. Like $50 million, you could do a pretty damn good movie for $50 million.
Godzilla Minus One was only $11 million.
Right. But people still say, oh, it was only 11 million. Oh, only 11 million freaking dollars.
That's sad when 11 million is like low budget,
Exactly. And like, look, like, dude, and that's the thing. It's like, for me, it's pennies. But people are like, oh, Tremaine, oh my God. They're like, oh, they always want to ask you the budget. Oh, what was your budget, right? I could say $50 million. And they say, oh, wow, that's expensive. Or I could say $50,000. They say, oh, wow, that's expensive. It doesn't freaking matter. People don't understand what the actual budget is. And for what I did with the budget for Simp, I always go for them. I want it to look like a multi-million-dollar movie. That's what I'm going
And
for.
it was a good looking movie. It had the picture quality. It looked great, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think with the acting and everything, and I for what we did, dude, we got to give ourselves some credit here. I mean,
Yeah, you should. I mean, I don't know what your budget was, but let's say if it was 10 grand, okay, it looked good.
yeah,
Some other 10 grand movies look not as good.
right,
So,
right, yeah, exactly, yeah. So yeah, I know, and that's the thing that people will be like, oh my gosh, 10 grand. Because when you think about 10 grand, like, oh wow, I could buy a car, or I could put maybe a down payment on a house, maybe not, I don't know. But
yeah, 10 grand is an investment. It's like when you buy, ETFs or something like that. You're going to start buying stocks for a bunch of cash. You're not going to get anything. You're not going to get any return until 10, 15 years down the road.
right.
So when someone says, well, instead of spending 10 grand on a film, I'd rather, put a down payment on a car. Okay. But that's
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, I would say, hey, I would actually encourage some filmmakers, hey, if you have 10 grand, maybe buy a car. Maybe that's more worth it more. You actually have a car.
I mean, it gets you to and from work to keep
versus your movie, which might not make any money, but there was another meme I saw. It's like, guys, it's like, guys won't spend a dime on therapy, but they'll spend $50,000 on their indie feature film. I laughed, dude. I laughed so hard at that because I can relate to that. But films, I can argue, films are therapy. Films are therapy. Making movies is therapy, but that is
you
too
need
real.
therapy after making them. There's that too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, totally, absolutely.
Yeah, you know how many on mine? Right there.
Yeah.
You know how many times I almost threw in the towel?
How many times?
Several times, just out of frustration. That was
And which movie? Which movie are we talking about?
That was my first.
The Ghost Hunt?
Yeah, that was my first effort.
Wait. Oh shoot. Hold on. I think my headphones died. Hold on.
How do I sound? I've been using my laptop. I'm like yelling. I don't know if I'm like.
Okay, I can hear you now. I had to plug in my headphones.
Okay. How have I been sounding? I'm just talking through my laptop. I don't know. For all I know, I'm blasting.
It sounds great. It honestly sounds great. How do I sound? Is it too hot?
Fine.
Is it
No,
good?
you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay, good.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the Ghost Hunt or the Ghost Hunt. The Ghost Hunt. The Ghost Hunt.
No, that was
the other movie.
Yeah, it was my first effort, my first time into doing this whole thing. And it was so frustrating. Even for something as small as that, my first time out the door, everyone holding my hand, it was still frustrating.
How many minutes is this movie? How long is it?
About 8.5.
8 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
About 8.5 minutes, and from beginning to end.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. And needs to say, I've learned a lot since then. But working on other people's movies, writing for Claire and Springtown, that would be nothing now. That would be
okay.
nothing.
So this 8-minute movie that you made, I'm gonna bust your balls a little bit. This 8 whole minute movie that you made. So what was your biggest takeaway that you learned?
Patience, because you got to work with people, you got to work around their schedules, you got to work around the obstacles that will only present themselves on the day of shooting. Yeah, you got to be patient. Impatience is going to kill you. When with patience will come the fortitude to overcome obstacles, to put up with bullshit, to have enough faith to know that it'll happen. Don't give up. It all comes down to patience. I think that's what I learned first and foremost.
How many days was your shoot? One day.
We started cameras started rolling at about 11 in the morning, between 10:30 and 11 in the morning, and we wrapped about 1:30 to 2 in the morning at night.
Oh wow. Okay. So you did a full 12 hours.
We did a full day, and that's because we had some
One day, by the way, one day.
One day. We had some
One
July
day.
1st.
Okay.
July
Yeah.
1st, 2022,
Mm-hmm.
in the town of Plymouth. And
It
that's
was a dark
because-
night. It was a dark. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. In the town of Plymouth, it was a stark and stormy night. Okay. No, sorry.
The guys, when they were driving back home to Sacramento, they were getting kind of punchy and hoping deer weren't going to jump out in front of them. But we had our sound guy for one day because of behind the scenes drama with other members of the crew.
Oh my!
and
You
I
had
had-
drama. You had behind the scenes drama. Over what? You're making a ghost movie. What the hell are people drama about?
People get egos, and it's their way or it's the highway. Or they start saying, well, so-and-so better stay in their lane because it's going to be hot in July, and I would hate to see us all start to fight. And I'm thinking, that sounds an awful lot like a threat. So okay, so-and-so over here is causing me to worry. What were you saying about your other friend who does the same thing that he does? Can you get a hold of him for me? Fortunately, he quit before I had a chance to fire him.
Oh wow!
And this is
Why did he quit? It's a one-day shoot. This is like the weakest.
Egos, man.
Hear these egos, dude. Like, what? How do you have an ego on a one-day ghost hunt shoot? I'm sorry, dude. It's like
I'm just giving you a sampling. I'm just giving you a taste, and there's more that happened than that. But it's like I damn near had to fire someone. I was going to fire them if they didn't quit. They quit, so I didn't have to fire them. As a result, is I had a replacement for only one day, so that was filmed in one day, one very long day.
Long day.
Where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. I'm on my way to the set. I get a phone call. Hi, I got COVID.
Oh no!
so
Is that one of your biggest actors?
It was one of my actors.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. I said, okay, well, I had a contingency plan because 2 weeks before my lead got COVID. So I rewrote the script for him. I rewrote the script for like 3 or 4 different contingencies, but not her contingency. I thought, okay, we'll make it. We'll find a way to make it work. I get to the set, and the person who said I could point the camera that way changed their mind. I couldn't point the camera that way, so we had to re-block everything outside.
Why couldn't you point the camera that way?
Because the neighbor all of a sudden changed their mind because the moon wasn't made of cheese or something. I don't know.
Oh my gosh! Wow, this is a short film, guys. This is a ghost movie.
Okay, so I lost not being able to use that area. We will instead do this. We will instead do that. We're going to shoot out. Okay, so we're going to start shooting inside. We're going to go outside at the right time of day. Oh, good. Your Gaia virus decides going to start sunburning and out in the sun. Okay. We're losing sunlight. For every take we take, we lose an f-stop. Okay. We're gonna break for dinner. We come back from dinner. There's a freaking mariachi pool party right next door.
Hold on, wait. What did you guys eat for dinner? What did you get the crew for dinner?
Oh, I took him out to a restaurant. I bought them all
What?
lunch. I can't remember that.
Okay, good. Guys, take notes at home. Guys, you want to take care of your crew. You want to take them to a restaurant. And
I took them all out to lunch.
what type of restaurant was it? Chipotle?
Mexican
restaurant. Okay.
Restaurant. Yeah,
Okay.
food was all right, but
Nice.
for dinner. And I was telling my DP and his buddy, his sound buddy, I said, "Come on, guys." They're like, "No, we're gonna stay behind. We're gonna get set up." I said, "I'm taking you out." They're like, "No, we're gonna stay." I said, "Okay, you can't say I didn't offer."
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So I get back. We're coming back from dinner, and he's standing out there like this. I'm like, "What the hell's going on?" I get out of the car. He's recording me react to the mariachi pool party because we were going to be shooting outside. He's like, "These are my people. I know my people. They're going to be doing this all night." And sure enough, they were. So what became an outside shoot became an inside shoot. And so ultimately, we went to the very back room of the house. And in the movie, we're moving out to the front of the house because I pretty much rewrote the movie on the fly. To accommodate being inside, so that the more deeper we go into the house, that's how the party's winding down outside, and we're not hearing them as much.
Wow.
So by the time we get out into the living room, the party has died down at about midnight.
Wow. And then did you film outside after that or no?
No,
No.
by that time we had gotten just about everything we wanted, everything we needed. We filmed the killer clown coming into the front door. By that time, the pool party was completely done. There was no more audio issues. We were all freaking exhausted. And yeah, we wrapped about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. One day we got her all done. And there was some discussion. It's like, all right, you guys, we got back from dinner. All that was going on. Okay, guys, go rehearse. We're going to have a little powwow over here. They're like, I think we can film part of it here, and then we're going to have to film the rest of it somewhere else. I said, no, we're doing it all or nothing. I said, if we start breaking it up, that's going to open us up to more problems. I said, we're going to make it work. If I have to rewrite everything right here, right now, I'll do it. And it was the right decision.
Well, yeah, because as soon as you break or something, as soon as you like stop or the crew gets broken up, and then you're trying to film weeks later, it's not the same. You have the momentum. Everyone is there. You have you got to film it while you're there, and I'm always for that because once you break it up and try to do it again, it's never going to be the same. And
I made the right call. It won Producer's Choice Awards, which means the other producers voted for it.
Wow, there you go. The producers chose it. Yeah. For what film festival? Clout?
This was a place called Sacramento, PCS.
Oh, PCS. POS Film Festival. POS.
PCS.
Sorry, PCS.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But that's good. No, that is good. That hey, good job.
So
good job for you.
If I learned anything, you gotta learn patience.
Patience. Okay, patience. So on your next one, what would you want to do? So the feature that you wrote you're writing a feature, right? Do you have a script, by the way? How many pages are you at? How many pages are you
I'm at 95, about 98 pages, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's really good.
Which someone wants me to remove about 5 pages of radio call-in show. I might do something different, but
it's your call, dude. You got to always remember that. It's your call, man.
Everyone look, there's valid there's valid criticism. Okay, I'll change that. That's not a bad idea. But, you get other ideas along the way. And everyone sees the world differently, which means they're going to make different movies than you. And, there's that challenge too, So
yeah.
Hopefully, if some people might say keep this, other people might say toss that. I want it to make sense, ultimately. Whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, I want it to at least make sense.
Well,
I
that's a
want it to be
good,
logical.
yeah,
I
that's a
want it to
good
be
goal to
reasonable.
have.
I want
Yeah.
to be credible. I could do something completely unrealistic. Maybe a professional out there in the actual radio industry are going, bro, you got it all wrong. But if other people can buy it, that's more important to me than getting other aspects of it right. It's, if we don't have two dimes to rub together, then I'm not going to worry about satisfying the two or three people in the radio industry about getting the technicals right.
Well, even then, though, they could give you some good feedback. Like, hey, all you need to do is just do X, Y, Z, ABC, and then it'll be legit,
Yeah.
right? Like,
And-
you're
and-
right there, and you obviously, because you kind of you grew up in that world, right? So you have that a little bit of.
No, I didn't grow up in that world. No.
Okay, you didn't. Okay.
I grew up listening to radio, but I don't know anything about
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, you grew up in the radio world where a lot of people, like, I don't know about now today, if people today listen to radio. Like, do kids today listen to radio? I don't know. Do they?
They might. I mean, I'll hear their radios when I'm in the middle of Stockton.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Okay, now there's one thing though. You're right. I did listen to a lot of radio and overnight talk radio. So a lot of people don't get that format when you're listening to overnight talk. But if I said Art Bell, how many people know who I'm talking about?
Me.
Yeah,
And maybe nobody else. Yeah, and even then, I couldn't even really describe who he was. I know he was a talk radio host.
Yeah, he was an overnight talk radio who talked about chupacabras and ghosts and aliens.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you talked about UFOs.
Yeah. And so in my radio, I'm stealing something from him, mainly because he's not around anymore. He passed away a number of years ago. But
R.I.P.
I'll have my radio guy going, east of the Rockies, you're on. And people won't get that reference.
Oh, right. But that's an Art Bell reference.
That's an Art Bell reference.
Yeah.
And there was one guy in my film group who got that reference.
Well, and that's the thing, dude. That's all you need. Honestly, if you have references like that, you can't expect everyone to get it. But the people that do, it's like, oh God, these are my people. These are awesome.
Yeah.
And it becomes like little extra Easter eggs for these people, right? So they're like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, Art Bell. Wait, who's Art Bell? Oh, and now I need to learn about this. I need to, now you're teaching them about it.
That's why I'm more concerned about my film having an emotional resonance more important than being technically accurate.
So you'd rather have someone walk away with an emotional response rather than saying, oh, well, the F-35,
Correct. Yeah. I mean, that's not to say, and a lot of it will depend on where I ultimately end up filming it. If I film it at Access Sacramento, then I could probably get away with a lot of that because that's not a typical radio station. So
right, but that is a good location. I mean, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can get everything in together in time, and hopefully if they're still around.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Well, I know a producer. If you need help producing, I kind of know a guy. So
I'll take all the help I can get. So, but yeah, I'm still writing out the script. I've been kind of ping ponging back and forth. I want to try and I'm not considering it the first draft yet. I'm at 95 pages. The story's told, but now I'm refining it and I'm going to fill in a few bubbles. Then I'll call it the first draft.
Okay.
And then I'll start shopping it around for producers, funding. But with that first draft will be a strong draft. It'll be stronger than what I have right now. A lot of people will call what I have right now a draft, but I'm not going to call it a draft.
Okay. Call it what you want it. Whatever.
Yeah, pre-draft.
Yeah, the pre-draft. But I mean, dude, 95 pages for a first draft, that's pretty good. That's really good. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, that is good. It's kind of like I, as an editor or when I'm producing videos, the first draft that I give clients, it has to be close to the final draft actually, because if you give them a rough cut, they're going to look at this and be like, this is rough. Oh, what's going on? How come? It's like, this is a rough cut, But I've learned that you got to have it as close to the final product as possible, and you want it to be the best it could be first out the gate.
Right. And I'll walk away. I don't know if this is a change of subject. I'm getting really tired because we've been doing this.
I know we've been doing this for over 4 hours, which I'm impressed by this, by the way. But yeah, we'll wrap it up very soon.
It flew by, but
It
I was watching Jaws not too long ago.
So was I.
Yeah,
the 50th anniversary. I think the 50th anniversary just happened.
I got the Blu-ray, and I was watching some of the the extra scenes. And there's a scene of Quint listening to some kid playing the clarinet. I don't know if you watched any of those deleted scenes or not.
No, I haven't. Oh.
Yeah, go back and watch them. They're interesting. It's like, okay, I can see why it's not in the movie. It doesn't do anything. But I want to know what that script looked like. We read the scripts of the finished movie, so we have a false sense of what Hollywood is writing. I want to read the script that included that clarinet scene. I want to see that truly finished script, because I can guarantee it that's going to look different than what they're teaching us to write.
Well, and that's the thing, is that's what a lot of filmmakers have to know, is that you make the script and then you shoot the movie and then you edit the movie. And so once you shoot the movie and once you edit the movie, it's a different script, right? We're actually dialing it down a little bit. You add some other things, you take away other things. And it is interesting. I recently bought the Truman Show script, and I was surprised with how many differences there were in the actual script than the movie. There was a lot. Yeah, which is really, in Truman Show script, look, if you want to be a writer, obviously write or read good scripts. And this Peter Weir's script, it's really good. And there's parts with Truman, doing a bunch of different other things. And it's like, oh, wow. Like what you're saying, I kind of want to watch this movie, if they added this in there. But then you learn why, okay, that kind of makes sense why they didn't do that. It's better in a lot of ways. The final product is a lot better than what they wrote. But it is always interesting reading that, because you see where the writer was with the storyline and with everything happening. Yeah, I always find that fascinating. So you always want to see, what happens. But like as a movie, you do have to kind of kill your babies. It's a horrible expression. I hate that expression, but you know what I mean? It's terrible. But I'm against killing babies. Just so for the record, guys, I'm against it. But you have to. If a scene doesn't really fit, it could be a good emotional scene or it could be a good performance. But if it doesn't add anything, it kind of takes away. If it makes the movie drag, you have to kind of objectively look at this scene and either keep it or get rid of it, right? And there was a scene in Rideshare where I was going to get rid of it because it was a longer scene. It doesn't really add anything to the plot. But you get a little bit more about Jason, and it's the scene where there's the Gothic guy that gets in the car. I don't know if you remember that. It's like the Gothic guy, and then they talk about aliens and pyramids and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with the movie. It doesn't add anything to the movie. He doesn't kill him. He just takes him to the cemetery. He's like, hey, I have work. And he's like, yeah, I've got the graveyard shift, right? And he drops him off at Hollywood Forever Cemetery. Anyway, it's an inside joke, but I was gonna cut that scene because I'm like, well, it doesn't really add anything. But I've gotten the most feedback from that scene. Like, I'm so glad that was my favorite scene, because you actually learn about Jason, that he's actually not too much of a monster. He cares. He didn't kill the guy because he cared about talking to him and giving him a conversation versus making small talk or being annoying or right. So anyway, so that being said, thank you so much, Chris, for joining me. We went a solid.
We planned this whole thing minutes in advance,
Yeah, complete minutes, even more than 1 minute in advance, which I'm really impressed with.
Going back to the original movie we were talking about, Brian.
Oh yeah, the housemaid.
There's got off the subject a little bit.
yeah. So should we watch The Housemaid? Do you recommend it? What do you think?
I recommend it. I don't know about running right out to the theater, but definitely give it a watch. It surprised me.
It surprised me as well. But yeah, watch it.
Happily surprised.
4 hours later. Yeah, by the way, The Housemaid, yeah. Definitely, it's worth watching. It's worth streaming. If you like
is.
Sydney Sweeney, it's definitely worth streaming, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But it has twists and turns and suspense and drama, and it's good. It's better than most. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It makes you want to keep your teeth,
Makes you want to keep your teeth.
Teeth are a privilege, Chris.
Teeth are a
Are
privilege.
a privilege.
Oh, yeah.
All right, my friend. I'm going to end the stream. Guys, hit that like button if you liked it and subscribe for more. We go movie night every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. We go either 1 hour or we go 4 hours. I don't know. Who knows?
4 hours.
4 hours for us. Over 4 hours for us. 4-hour team. So, guys, like that. Hit that like button and subscribe. Thank you, and good night. This is Chris. Can people follow you somewhere? You want people to follow you somewhere?
Maybe one day I'll have something to follow.
Okay, exactly. One day we'll get it. We'll bring him back. We'll bring him back for
look
more.
for C. Wallace Films on YouTube and watch my one.
Yes, watch the Ghost Hunt, guys. The Ghost Hunt or Hunt. Watch the Ghost Hunt. I mean a hunt on